absolute infinity plus 1, absolute infinity plus 2, absolute infinity plus 3, absolute infinity plus 4, absolute infinity plus 5, absolute infinity plus 6, absolute infinity plus 7, absolute infinity plus 8, absolute infinity plus 9, absolute infinity plus 10, absolute infinity plus 11, absolute infinity plus 12. Absolute infinity plus 15, absolute infinity plus 20, absolute infinity plus 30, absolute infinity plus 50, absolute infinity plus 75, absolute infinity plus 100, absolute infinity plus 1000, absolute infinity plus 10,000, absolute infinity plus 100,000, absolute infinity plus 1 million, absolute infinity plus billion, absolute infinity plus trillion, absolute infinity plus quadrillion, absolute infinity plus quintillion, absolute infinity plus sextillion, absolute infinity plus septillion, absolute infinity plus octillion, absolute infinity plus nonillion, absolute infinity plus decillion, absolute infinity plus undecillion, absolute infinity plus duodecillion, absolute infinity plus tridecillion, absolute infinity plus vigintillion, absolute infinity plus trigintillion, absolute infinity plus Giggol, absolute infinity plus centillion, absolute infinity plus milillion, absolute infinity plus merillion, absolute infinity plus micrillion, absolute infinity plus trilog, absolute infinity plus littlefoot, absolute infinity plus kilillion, absolute infinity plus tetralog, absolute infinity plus decker, absolute infinity plus Giggol, absolute infinity plus Giggol, absolute infinity plus Graham's number, absolute infinity plus general, absolute infinity plus Trugol, absolute infinity plus Gubo. Absolute infinity plus legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity plus tetrathoth, absolute infinity plus terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity plus tree, 3, absolute infinity plus tetraculus, absolute infinity plus tritar, absolute infinity plus loader's number, absolute infinity plus Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity plus 1919th bust beaver number, absolute infinity plus infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity plus Ryo's number, absolute infinity plus Bigfoot, absolute infinity plus Hallam's number, absolute infinity plus oblivion, absolute infinity plus utter oblivion, absolute infinity plus ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity plus hyper oblivion, absolute infinity plus Sam's number, absolute infinity plus crouton, absolute infinity plus crutonillion, absolute infinity plus finity, absolute infinity plus infinity, absolute infinity plus aleph null, absolute infinity plus omega, absolute infinity plus epsilon null, absolute infinity plus zeta null, absolute infinity plus eta null, absolute infinity plus gamma null, absolute infinity plus beta null, absolute infinity plus Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity plus first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity plus worldly cardinal, absolute infinity plus inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity plus malo cardinal, absolute infinity plus weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity plus first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity plus wooden cardinal, absolute infinity plus huge cardinal, absolute infinity plus rank-into-rank cardinals, absolute infinity plus absolute infinity cardinal gap, absolute infinity times 2, absolute infinity times 3, absolute infinity times 4, absolute infinity times 5, absolute infinity times 6, absolute infinity times 7, absolute infinity times 8, absolute infinity times 9, absolute infinity times 10, absolute infinity times 11, absolute infinity times 12, absolute infinity times 15, absolute infinity times 20, absolute infinity times 30, absolute infinity times 50, absolute infinity times 75, absolute infinity times 100, absolute infinity times 1000, absolute infinity times 10,000, absolute infinity times 100,000, absolute infinity times 1 million, absolute infinity times billion, absolute infinity times trillion, absolute infinity times quadrillion, absolute infinity times quintillion, absolute infinity times sextillion, absolute infinity times septillion, absolute infinity times octillion, absolute infinity times nonillion, absolute infinity times decillion, absolute infinity times undecillion, absolute infinity times duodecillion, absolute infinity times tridecillion, absolute infinity times vigintillion, absolute infinity times trigintillion, absolute infinity times Giggol, absolute infinity times centillion, absolute infinity times milillion, absolute infinity times merillion, absolute infinity times micrillion, absolute infinity times trialog, absolute infinity times littlefoot, absolute infinity times kilillion, absolute infinity times tetralog, absolute infinity times decker, absolute infinity times Giggol, absolute infinity times Giggol, absolute infinity times Graham's number, absolute infinity times general, absolute infinity times Trugol, absolute infinity times Gubo, absolute infinity times legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity times tetrathoth, absolute infinity times terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity times tree, 3, absolute infinity times tetraculus, absolute infinity times tritar, absolute infinity times Loder's number, absolute infinity times Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity times 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity times infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity times Ryo's number, absolute infinity times Bigfoot, absolute infinity times Hallam's number, absolute infinity times oblivion, absolute infinity times utter oblivion, absolute infinity times ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity times hyper oblivion, absolute infinity times Sam's number, absolute infinity times crouton, absolute infinity times croutonillion, absolute infinity times finity, absolute infinity times infinity, absolute infinity times aleph null, absolute infinity times omega, absolute infinity times epsilon null, absolute infinity times zeta null, absolute infinity times eta null, absolute infinity times gamma null, absolute infinity times beta null, absolute infinity times Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity times first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity times worldly cardinal, absolute infinity times inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity times malo cardinal, absolute infinity times weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity times first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity times wooden cardinal, absolute infinity times huge cardinal, absolute infinity times rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity times absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity to the 2, absolute infinity to the 3, absolute infinity to the 4, absolute infinity to the 5, absolute infinity to the 6, absolute infinity to the 7, absolute infinity to the 8, absolute infinity to the 9, absolute infinity to the 10, absolute infinity to the 11, absolute infinity to the 12, absolute infinity to the 15, absolute infinity to the 20, absolute infinity to the 30, absolute infinity to the 50, absolute infinity to the 75, absolute infinity to the 100, absolute infinity to the 1000, absolute infinity to the 10,000, absolute infinity to the 100,000, absolute infinity to the 1,000,000, absolute infinity to the billion, absolute infinity to the trillion, absolute infinity to the quadrillion, absolute infinity to the quintillion, absolute infinity to the sextillion, absolute infinity to the septillion, absolute infinity to the octillion, absolute infinity to the nonillion, absolute infinity to the decillion, absolute infinity to the undecillion, absolute infinity to the duodecillion, absolute infinity to the tridecillion, absolute infinity to the vigintillion, absolute infinity to the trigintillion, absolute infinity to the Giggol, absolute infinity to the centillion, absolute infinity to the milillion, absolute infinity to the merillion, absolute infinity to the micrillion, absolute infinity to the trilogue, absolute infinity to the little foot, absolute infinity to the kilillion, absolute infinity to the tetralogue, absolute infinity to the decker, absolute infinity to the Giggol, absolute infinity to the Bugol, absolute infinity to the Graham's number, absolute infinity to the general, absolute infinity to the Trugol, absolute infinity to the Gubol, absolute infinity to the legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity to the Tetrathoth, absolute infinity to the terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity to the tree, 3, absolute infinity to the tetraculus, absolute infinity to the tritar, absolute infinity to the Loder's number, absolute infinity to the Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity to the 1919th bust beaver number, absolute infinity to the infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity to the Ryo's number, absolute infinity to the Bigfoot, absolute infinity to the Hallam's number, absolute infinity to the oblivion, absolute infinity to the utter oblivion, absolute infinity to the ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity to the hyper oblivion, absolute infinity to the Sam's number, absolute infinity to the crouton, absolute infinity to the croutonillion, absolute infinity to the finity, absolute infinity to the infinity, absolute infinity to the aleph null, absolute infinity to the omega, absolute infinity to the epsilon null, absolute infinity to the zeta null, absolute infinity to the eta null, absolute infinity to the gamma null, absolute infinity to the beta null, absolute infinity to the Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity to the first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity to the worldly cardinal, absolute infinity to the inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity to the malo cardinal, absolute infinity to the weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity to the first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity to the wooden cardinal, absolute infinity to the huge cardinal, absolute infinity to the rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity to the absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity tet rated to 2, absolute infinity tet rated to 3, absolute infinity tet rated to 4, absolute infinity tet rated to 5, absolute infinity tet rated to 6, absolute infinity tet rated to 7, absolute infinity tet rated to 8, absolute infinity tet rated to 9, absolute infinity tet rated to 10, absolute infinity tet rated to 11. Absolute infinity tet rated to 12, absolute infinity tet rated to 15, absolute infinity tet rated to 20, absolute infinity tet rated to 30, absolute infinity tet rated to 50, absolute infinity tetrated to 75, absolute infinity tetrated to 100, absolute infinity tetrated to 1000, absolute infinity tetrated to 10,000, absolute infinity tetrated to 100,000, absolute infinity tetrated to 1 million, absolute infinity tetrated to billion, absolute infinity tetrated to trillion, absolute infinity tetrated to quadrillion, absolute infinity tetrated to quintillion, absolute infinity tetrated to sextillion, absolute infinity tetrated to septillion, absolute infinity tetrated to octillion, absolute infinity tetrated to nonillion, absolute infinity tetrated to decillion, absolute infinity tetrated to undecillion, absolute infinity tetrated to duodecillion, absolute infinity tetrated to tridecillion, absolute infinity tetrated to vigintillion, absolute infinity tetrated to trigintillion, absolute infinity tetrated to Giggol, absolute infinity tetrated to centillion, absolute infinity tetrated to milillion, absolute infinity tetrated to merillion, absolute infinity tetrated to micrillion, absolute infinity tetrated to trilog, absolute infinity tetrated to littlefoot, absolute infinity tetrated to kilillion, absolute infinity tetrated to tetralog, absolute infinity tetrated to decker, absolute infinity tetrated to Giggol, absolute infinity tetrated to Bugol, absolute infinity tetrated to Graham's number, absolute infinity tetrated to general, absolute infinity tetrated to Trugol, absolute infinity tetrated to Gubol. Absolute infinity tetrated to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity tetrated to tetrathoth, absolute infinity tetrated to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity tetrated to tree, 3, absolute infinity tetrated to tetraculus, absolute infinity tetrated to tritar, absolute infinity tetrated to Loder's number, absolute infinity tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity tetrated to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity tetrated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity tetrated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity tetrated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity tetrated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity tetrated to oblivion, absolute infinity tetrated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity tetrated to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity tetrated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity tetrated to Sam's number, absolute infinity tetrated to crouton, absolute infinity tetrated to Critonillion, absolute infinity tetrated to finity, absolute infinity tetrated to infinity, absolute infinity tetrated to Aleph null, absolute infinity tetrated to omega, absolute infinity tetrated to epsilon null, absolute infinity tetrated to zeta null, absolute infinity tetrated to eta null, absolute infinity tetrated to gamma null, absolute infinity tetrated to beta null, absolute infinity tetrated to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity tetrated to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity tetrated to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity tetrated to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity tetrated to malo cardinal, absolute infinity tetrated to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity tetrated to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity tetrated to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity tetrated to huge cardinal, absolute infinity tetrated to rank interrank cardinals, absolute infinity tetrated to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity pentated to 2, absolute infinity pentated to 3, absolute infinity pentated to 4, absolute infinity pentated to 5, absolute infinity pentated to 6, absolute infinity pentated to 7, absolute infinity pentated to 8, absolute infinity pentated to 9, absolute infinity pentated to 10, absolute infinity pentated to 11. Absolute infinity pentated to 12, absolute infinity pentated to 15, absolute infinity pentated to 20, absolute infinity pentated to 30, absolute infinity pentated to 50, absolute infinity pentated to 75, absolute infinity pentated to 100, absolute infinity pentated to 1000, absolute infinity pentated to 10,000, absolute infinity pentated to 100,000, absolute infinity pentated to 1 million, absolute infinity pentated to billion, absolute infinity pentated to trillion, absolute infinity pentated to quadrillion, absolute infinity pentated to quintillion, absolute infinity pentated to sextillion, absolute infinity pentated to septillion, absolute infinity pentated to octillion, absolute infinity pentated to nonillion, absolute infinity pentated to decillion, absolute infinity pentated to undecillion, absolute infinity pentated to duodecillion, absolute infinity pentated to tridecillion, absolute infinity pentated to vigintillion, absolute infinity pentated to trigintillion, absolute infinity pentated to Giggol, absolute infinity pentated to centillion, absolute infinity pentated to milillion, absolute infinity pentated to merillion, absolute infinity pentated to micrillion, absolute infinity pentated to trilog, absolute infinity pentated to littlefoot, absolute infinity pentated to kilillion, absolute infinity pentated to tetralog, absolute infinity pentated to decker, absolute infinity pentated to Giggol, absolute infinity pentated to Bugol, absolute infinity pentated to Graham's number, absolute infinity pentated to general, absolute infinity pentated to Trugol, absolute infinity pentated to Gubol. Absolute infinity pentated to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity pentated to tetrathoth, absolute infinity pentated to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity pentated to tree, 3, absolute infinity pentated to tetraculus, absolute infinity pentated to tritar, absolute infinity pentated to Loder's number, absolute infinity pentated to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity pentated to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity pentated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity pentated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity pentated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity pentated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity pentated to oblivion, absolute infinity pentated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity pentated to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity pentated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity pentated to Sam's number, absolute infinity pentated to Crouton, absolute infinity pentated to Crutonillion, absolute infinity pentated to finity, absolute infinity pentated to infinity, absolute infinity pentated to Aleph null, absolute infinity pentated to Omega, absolute infinity pentated to Epsilon null, absolute infinity pentated to Zeta null, absolute infinity pentated to Eta null, absolute infinity pentated to Gamma null, absolute infinity pentated to Beta null, absolute infinity pentated to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity pentated to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity pentated to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity pentated to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity pentated to malo cardinal, absolute infinity pentated to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity pentated to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity pentated to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity pentated to huge cardinal, absolute infinity pentated to rank cardinals, absolute infinity pentated to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity hexated to 2, absolute infinity hexated to 3, absolute infinity hexated to 4, absolute infinity hexated to 5, absolute infinity hexated to 6, absolute infinity hexated to 7, absolute infinity hexated to 8, absolute infinity hexated to 9, absolute infinity hexated to 10, absolute infinity hexated to 11. Absolute infinity hexated to 12, absolute infinity hexated to 15, absolute infinity hexated to 20, absolute infinity hexated to 30, absolute infinity hexated to 50, absolute infinity hexated to 75, absolute infinity hexated to 100, absolute infinity hexated to 1000, absolute infinity hexated to 10,000, absolute infinity hexated to 100,000, absolute infinity hexated to 1 million, absolute infinity hexated to billion, absolute infinity hexated to trillion. Absolute infinity hexated to quadrillion, absolute infinity hexated to quintillion, absolute infinity hexated to sextillion, absolute infinity hexated to septillion, absolute infinity hexated to octillion. Absolute infinity hexated to nonillion, absolute infinity hexated to decillion, absolute infinity hexated to undecillion, absolute infinity hexated to duodecillion, absolute infinity hexated to tridecillion, absolute infinity hexated to bigentillion, absolute infinity hexated to trigentillion, absolute infinity hexated to Giggol. Absolute infinity hexated to centillion, absolute infinity hexated to milillion, absolute infinity hexated to merillion, absolute infinity hexated to micrillion. Absolute infinity hexated to trialogue, absolute infinity hexated to littlefoot, absolute infinity hexated to kilillion, absolute infinity hexated to tetralogue, absolute infinity hexated to decker, absolute infinity hexated to Giggol, absolute infinity hexated to Bugol, absolute infinity hexated to Graham's number, absolute infinity hexated to general. Absolute infinity hexated to Trugol, absolute infinity hexated to Gubol. Absolute infinity hexated to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity hexated to tetrathoth, absolute infinity hexated to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity hexated to tree, 3, absolute infinity hexated to tetraculus, absolute infinity hexated to tritar, absolute infinity hexated to Loder's number. Absolute infinity hexated to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity hexated to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity hexated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity hexated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity hexated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity hexated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity hexated to oblivion, absolute infinity hexated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity hexated to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity hexated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity hexated to Sam's number, absolute infinity hexated to Crouton, absolute infinity hexated to Crutonillion. Absolute infinity hexated to finity, absolute infinity hexated to infinity, absolute infinity hexated to Aleph null, absolute infinity hexated to Omega, absolute infinity hexated to Epsilon null, absolute infinity hexated to Zeta null, absolute infinity hexated to Eta null, absolute infinity hexated to Gamma null, absolute infinity hexated to Beta null. Absolute infinity hexated to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity hexated to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity hexated to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity hexated to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity hexated to malo cardinal, absolute infinity hexated to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity hexated to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity hexated to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity hexated to huge cardinal, absolute infinity hexated to rank cardinals, absolute infinity hexated to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity heptated to 2, absolute infinity heptated to 3, absolute infinity heptated to 4, absolute infinity heptated to 5, absolute infinity heptated to 6, absolute infinity heptated to 7, absolute infinity heptated to 8, absolute infinity heptated to 9, absolute infinity heptated to 10, absolute infinity heptated to 11. Absolute infinity heptated to 12, absolute infinity heptated to 15, absolute infinity heptated to 20, absolute infinity heptated to 30, absolute infinity heptated to 50, absolute infinity heptated to 75, absolute infinity heptated to 100, absolute infinity heptated to 1000, absolute infinity heptated to 10,000, absolute infinity heptated to 100,000, absolute infinity heptated to 1 million, absolute infinity heptated to billion, absolute infinity heptated to trillion. Absolute infinity heptated to quadrillion, absolute infinity heptated to quintillion, absolute infinity heptated to sextillion, absolute infinity heptated to septillion, absolute infinity heptated to octillion, absolute infinity heptated to nonillion, absolute infinity heptated to decillion, absolute infinity heptated to undecillion, absolute infinity heptated to duodecillion, absolute infinity heptated to tridecillion, absolute infinity heptated to vigintillion, absolute infinity heptated to trigintillion, absolute infinity heptated to Giggol. Absolute infinity heptated to centillion, absolute infinity heptated to milillion, absolute infinity heptated to merillion, absolute infinity heptated to micrillion, absolute infinity heptated to trilogue, absolute infinity heptated to littlefoot, absolute infinity heptated to kilillion, absolute infinity heptated to tetralogue, absolute infinity heptated to decker, absolute infinity heptated to Giggol, absolute infinity heptated to Bugol, absolute infinity heptated to Graham's number. Absolute infinity heptated to general, absolute infinity heptated to Trugol, absolute infinity heptated to Gubo. Absolute infinity heptated to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity heptated to tetrathoth, absolute infinity heptated to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity heptated to tree, 3, absolute infinity heptated to tetraculus, absolute infinity heptated to tritar, absolute infinity heptated to Loder's number. Absolute infinity heptated to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity heptated to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity heptated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity heptated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity heptated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity heptated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity heptated to oblivion, absolute infinity heptated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity heptated to ultimate oblivion. Absolute infinity heptated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity heptated to Sam's number, absolute infinity heptated to crouton, absolute infinity heptated to Crutonillion, absolute infinity heptated to finity, absolute infinity heptated to infinity, absolute infinity heptated to aleph null, absolute infinity heptated to omega, absolute infinity heptated to epsilon null, absolute infinity heptated to zeta null, absolute infinity heptated to eta null, absolute infinity heptated to gamma null. Absolute infinity heptated to beta null, absolute infinity heptated to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity heptated to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity heptated to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity heptated to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity heptated to malo cardinal, absolute infinity heptated to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity heptated to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity heptated to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity heptated to huge cardinal. Absolute infinity heptated to rank cardinals, absolute infinity heptated to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity octeted to 2, absolute infinity octeted to 3, absolute infinity octeted to 4, absolute infinity octeted to 5, absolute infinity octeted to 6, absolute infinity octeted to 7, absolute infinity octeted to 8, absolute infinity octeted to 9, absolute infinity octeted to 10, absolute infinity octeted to 11. Absolute infinity octeted to 12, absolute infinity octeted to 15, absolute infinity octeted to 20, absolute infinity octeted to 30, absolute infinity octeted to 50, absolute infinity octeted to 75, absolute infinity octeted to 100, absolute infinity octeted to 1000, absolute infinity octeted to 10,000, absolute infinity octeted to 100,000, absolute infinity octeted to 1 million, absolute infinity octeted to billion, absolute infinity octeted to trillion, absolute infinity octeted to quadrillion, absolute infinity octeted to quintillion, absolute infinity octeted to sextillion, absolute infinity octeted to septillion, absolute infinity octeted to octillion. absolute infinity octeted to nonillion, absolute infinity octeted to decillion, absolute infinity octeted to undecillion, absolute infinity octeted to duodecillion, absolute infinity octeted to tridecillion, absolute infinity octeted to vigintillion, absolute infinity octeted to trigintillion, absolute infinity octeted to Giggol, absolute infinity octeted to centillion, absolute infinity octeted to milillion, absolute infinity octeted to merillion, absolute infinity octeted to micrillion. Absolute infinity octeted to trialogue, absolute infinity octeted to littlefoot, absolute infinity octeted to kilillion, absolute infinity octeted to tetralogue, absolute infinity octeted to decker, absolute infinity octeted to Giggol, absolute infinity octeted to Bugol, absolute infinity octeted to Graham's number, absolute infinity octeted to general, absolute infinity octeted to Trugol, absolute infinity octeted to Gubol. Absolute infinity octeted to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity octeted to tetrathoth, absolute infinity octeted to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity octeted to tree, 3, absolute infinity octeted to tetraculus, absolute infinity octeted to tritar, absolute infinity octeted to Loder's number, absolute infinity octeted to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity octeted to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity octeted to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity octeted to Ryo's number, absolute infinity octeted to Bigfoot, absolute infinity octeted to Hallam's number, absolute infinity octeted to oblivion, absolute infinity octeted to utter oblivion, absolute infinity octeted to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity octeted to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity octeted to Sam's number, absolute infinity octeted to Crouton, absolute infinity octeted to Croutonillion. Absolute infinity octeted to finity, absolute infinity octeted to infinity, absolute infinity octeted to Aleph null, absolute infinity octeted to Omega, absolute infinity octeted to Epsilon null, absolute infinity octeted to Zeta null, absolute infinity octeted to Eta null, absolute infinity octeted to Gamma null, absolute infinity octeted to Beta null, absolute infinity octeted to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity octeted to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity octeted to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity octeted to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity octeted to malo cardinal, absolute infinity octeted to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity octeted to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity octeted to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity octeted to huge cardinal, absolute infinity octeted to rank cardinals, absolute infinity octeted to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity innated to 2, absolute infinity innated to 3, absolute infinity innated to 4, absolute infinity innated to 5, absolute infinity innated to 6, absolute infinity innated to 7, absolute infinity innated to 8, absolute infinity innated to 9, absolute infinity innated to 10, absolute infinity innated to 11, absolute infinity innated to 12, absolute infinity innated to 15, absolute infinity innated to 20, absolute infinity innated to 30, absolute infinity innated to 50, absolute infinity innated to 75, absolute infinity innated to 100, absolute infinity innated to 1000, absolute infinity innated to 10,000, absolute infinity innated to 100,000, absolute infinity innated to 1 million, absolute infinity innated to billion, absolute infinity innated to trillion, absolute infinity innated to quadrillion, absolute infinity innated to quintillion, absolute infinity innated to sextillion, absolute infinity innated to septillion, absolute infinity innated to octillion. Absolute infinity innated to nonillion, absolute infinity innated to decillion, absolute infinity innated to undecillion, absolute infinity innated to duodecillion, absolute infinity innated to tridecillion, absolute infinity innated to vigintillion, absolute infinity innated to trigintillion, absolute infinity innated to Giggol, absolute infinity innated to centillion, absolute infinity innated to milillion, absolute infinity innated to merillion, absolute infinity innated to micrillion. Absolute infinity innated to trialogue, absolute infinity innated to littlefoot, absolute infinity innated to kilillion, absolute infinity innated to tetralogue, absolute infinity innated to decker, absolute infinity innated to Giggol, absolute infinity innated to Bugol, absolute infinity innated to Graham's number, absolute infinity innated to general, absolute infinity innated to Trugol, absolute infinity innated to Gubol. Absolute infinity innated to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity innated to tetrathoth, absolute infinity innated to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity innated to tree, 3, absolute infinity innated to tetraculus, absolute infinity innated to tritar, absolute infinity innated to Loder's number, absolute infinity innated to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity innated to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity annated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity annated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity annated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity annated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity annated to oblivion, absolute infinity annated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity annated to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity annated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity annated to Sam's number, absolute infinity annated to Crouton, absolute infinity annated to Croutonillion. Absolute infinity annated to finity, absolute infinity annated to infinity, absolute infinity annated to Aleph null, absolute infinity annated to omega, absolute infinity annated to epsilon null, absolute infinity annated to zeta null, absolute infinity annated to eta null, absolute infinity annated to gamma null, absolute infinity annated to beta null, absolute infinity annated to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity annated to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity annated to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity annated to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity annated to malo cardinal, absolute infinity annated to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity annated to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity annated to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity annated to huge cardinal, absolute infinity annated to rank cardinals, absolute infinity annated to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity decayed to 2, absolute infinity decayed to 3, absolute infinity decayed to 4, absolute infinity decayed to 5, absolute infinity decayed to 6, absolute infinity decayed to 7, absolute infinity decayed to 8, absolute infinity decayed to 9, absolute infinity decayed to 10, absolute infinity decayed to 11. Absolute infinity decayed to 12, absolute infinity decayed to 15, absolute infinity decayed to 20, absolute infinity decayed to 30, absolute infinity decayed to 50, absolute infinity decayed to 75, absolute infinity decayed to 100, absolute infinity decayed to 1000, absolute infinity decayed to 10,000, absolute infinity decayed to 100,000, absolute infinity decayed to 1 million, absolute infinity decayed to billion, absolute infinity decayed to trillion, absolute infinity decayed to quadrillion, absolute infinity decayed to quintillion, absolute infinity decayed to sextillion, absolute infinity decayed to septillion, absolute infinity decayed to octillion. Absolute infinity decayed to nonillion, absolute infinity decayed to decillion, absolute infinity decayed to undecillion, absolute infinity decayed to duodecillion, absolute infinity decayed to tridecillion, absolute infinity decayed to bigentillion, absolute infinity decayed to trigentillion, absolute infinity decayed to Giggol, absolute infinity decayed to centillion. Absolute infinity decayed to millillion, absolute infinity decayed to merillion, absolute infinity decayed to micrillion. Absolute infinity decayed to trialogue, absolute infinity decayed to Littlefoot, absolute infinity decayed to Kilillion, absolute infinity decayed to tetralogue, absolute infinity decayed to Decker, absolute infinity decayed to Giggol, absolute infinity decayed to Bugol, absolute infinity decayed to Graham's number, absolute infinity decayed to General, absolute infinity decayed to Trugol, absolute infinity decayed to Gubol. Absolute infinity decayed to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity decayed to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity decayed to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity decayed to Tree, 3, absolute infinity decayed to Tetraculus, absolute infinity decayed to Tritar, absolute infinity decayed to Loader's number, absolute infinity decayed to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity decayed to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity decayed to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity decayed to Ryo's number, absolute infinity decayed to Bigfoot, absolute infinity decayed to Hallam's number, absolute infinity decayed to oblivion, absolute infinity decayed to utter oblivion, absolute infinity decayed to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity decayed to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity decayed to Sam's number, absolute infinity decayed to Crouton, absolute infinity decayed to Croutonillion. Absolute infinity decayed to finity, absolute infinity decayed to infinity, absolute infinity decayed to Aleph null, absolute infinity decayed to omega, absolute infinity decayed to epsilon null, absolute infinity decayed to zeta null, absolute infinity decayed to eta null, absolute infinity decayed to gamma null, absolute infinity decayed to beta null, absolute infinity decayed to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity decayed to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity decayed to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity decayed to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity decayed to malo cardinal, absolute infinity decayed to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity decayed to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity decayed to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity decayed to huge cardinal, absolute infinity decayed to rank cardinals, absolute infinity decayed to absolute infinity cardinal gap. absolute infinity 100 traded to 2, absolute infinity 100 traded to 3, absolute infinity 100 traded to 4, absolute infinity 100 traded to 5, absolute infinity 100 traded to 6, absolute infinity 100 traded to 7, absolute infinity 100 traded to 8, absolute infinity 100 traded to 9, absolute infinity 100 traded to 10, absolute infinity 100 traded to 11, absolute infinity 100 traded to 12, absolute infinity 100 traded to 15, absolute infinity 100 traded to 20, absolute infinity 100 traded to 30, absolute infinity 100 traded to 50, absolute infinity 100 traded to 75, absolute infinity 100 traded to 100, absolute infinity 100 traded to 1000, absolute infinity 100 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity 100 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity 100 traded to 1,000,000, absolute infinity 100 traded to billion, absolute infinity 100 traded to trillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to septillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to octillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to decillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity 100 traded to centillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to milillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to merillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to trilog, absolute infinity 100 traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity 100 traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to Tetralog, absolute infinity 100 traded to Decker, absolute infinity 100 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity 100 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity 100 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity 100 traded to General, absolute infinity 100 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity 100 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity 100 traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity 100 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity 100 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity 100 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity 100 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity 100 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity 100 traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity 100 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity 100 traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity 100 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity 100 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity 100 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity 100 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity 100 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity 100 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity 100 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity 100 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity 100 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity 100 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity 100 traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity 100 traded to Finity, absolute infinity 100 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity 100 traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity 100 traded to Omega, absolute infinity 100 traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity 100 traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity 100 traded to Eta null, absolute infinity 100. Trotted to gamma null, absolute infinity 100 traded to beta null, absolute infinity 100 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity 100 traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity 100 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity 1000 traded to 2, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 3, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 4, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 5, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 6, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 7, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 8, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 9, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 10, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 11, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 12, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 15, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 20, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 30, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 50, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 75, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 100, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 1000, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity 1000 traded to 1,000,000, absolute infinity 1000 traded to billion, absolute infinity 1000 traded to trillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to quintillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to sextillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to septillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to octillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to nonillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to decillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to undecillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to Giggol, absolute infinity thousand traded to centillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to milillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to merillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to micrillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to trilog, absolute infinity thousand traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity thousand traded to kilillion, absolute infinity thousand trotted to tetralog, absolute infinity thousand traded to decker, absolute infinity thousand traded to Giggol, absolute infinity thousand traded to Bugol, absolute infinity thousand traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity thousand traded to general, absolute infinity thousand traded to Trugol, absolute infinity thousand traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity thousand traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity thousand traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity thousand traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity thousand traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity thousand traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity thousand traded to tritar, absolute infinity thousand traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity thousand traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity thousand traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity thousand traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity thousand traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity thousand traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity thousand traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity thousand traded to oblivion, absolute infinity thousand traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity thousand traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity thousand traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity thousand traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity thousand traded to crouton, absolute infinity thousand traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity thousand traded to finity, absolute infinity thousand traded to infinity, absolute infinity thousand traded to aleph null, absolute infinity thousand traded to omega, absolute infinity thousand traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity thousand traded to zeta null, absolute infinity thousand traded to eta null, absolute infinity thousand traded to gamma null, absolute infinity thousand trotted to beta null, absolute infinity thousand traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity thousand traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity thousand traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity million traded to 2, absolute infinity million traded to 3, absolute infinity million traded to 4, absolute infinity million traded to 5, absolute infinity million traded to 6, absolute infinity million traded to 7, absolute infinity million traded to 8, absolute infinity million traded to 9, absolute infinity million traded to 10. Absolute infinity million traded to 11, absolute infinity million traded to 12, absolute infinity million traded to 15, absolute infinity million trotted to 20, absolute infinity million traded to 30, absolute infinity million traded to 50, absolute infinity million traded to 75, absolute infinity million traded to 100, absolute infinity million traded to 1000, absolute infinity million traded to 10,000, absolute infinity million traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity million traded to 1 million, absolute infinity million traded to billion, absolute infinity million traded to trillion, absolute infinity million traded to quadrillion. Absolute infinity million traded to quintillion, absolute infinity million traded to sextillion, absolute infinity million traded to septillion, absolute infinity million traded to octillion, absolute infinity million traded to nonillion, absolute infinity million traded to decillion, absolute infinity million traded to undecillion, absolute infinity million traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity million traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity million traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity million traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity million traded to Giggol, absolute infinity million traded to centillion, absolute infinity million traded to milillion, absolute infinity million traded to merillion, absolute infinity million traded to micrillion, absolute infinity million traded to trilog, absolute infinity million traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity million traded to kilillion, absolute infinity million traded to tetralog, absolute infinity million trotted to decker, absolute infinity million traded to Giggol, absolute infinity million traded to Bugol, absolute infinity million traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity million traded to general, absolute infinity million traded to Trugol, absolute infinity million traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity million traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity million traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity million traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity million traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity million traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity million traded to tritar, absolute infinity million traded to loader's number, absolute infinity million traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity million traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity million traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity million traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity million traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity million traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity million traded to oblivion, absolute infinity million traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity million traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity million traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity million traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity million traded to crouton, absolute infinity million traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity million traded to finity, absolute infinity million traded to infinity, absolute infinity million traded to aleph null, absolute infinity million traded to omega, absolute infinity million traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity million traded to zeta null, absolute infinity million traded to eta null, absolute infinity million traded to gamma null, absolute infinity million traded to beta null. Absolute infinity million traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity million traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity million traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity million traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity million traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity million traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity million traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity million traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity million traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity million traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity million traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity billion traded to 2, absolute infinity billion traded to 3, absolute infinity billion traded to 4, absolute infinity billion traded to 5, absolute infinity billion traded to 6, absolute infinity billion traded to 7, absolute infinity billion traded to 8, absolute infinity billion traded to 9, absolute infinity billion traded to 10. Absolute infinity billion traded to 11, absolute infinity billion traded to 12, absolute infinity billion traded to 15, absolute infinity billion traded to 20, absolute infinity billion traded to 30, absolute infinity billion traded to 50, absolute infinity billion traded to 75, absolute infinity billion traded to 100, absolute infinity billion traded to 1000, absolute infinity billion traded to 10,000, absolute infinity billion traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity billion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity billion traded to billion, absolute infinity billion traded to trillion, absolute infinity billion traded to quadrillion. Absolute infinity billion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity billion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity billion traded to septillion, absolute infinity billion traded to octillion, absolute infinity billion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity billion traded to decillion, absolute infinity billion traded to undecillion, absolute infinity billion traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity billion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity billion traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity billion traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity billion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity billion traded to centillion, absolute infinity billion traded to milillion, absolute infinity billion traded to marillion, absolute infinity billion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity billion traded to trialogue, absolute infinity billion traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity billion traded to Calillion, absolute infinity billion traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity billion traded to Decker, absolute infinity billion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity billion traded to Bugall, absolute infinity billion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity billion traded to General, absolute infinity billion traded to Trugall, absolute infinity billion traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity billion traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity billion traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity billion traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity billion traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity billion traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity billion traded to tritar, absolute infinity billion traded to loader's number, absolute infinity billion traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity billion traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity billion traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity billion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity billion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity billion traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity billion traded to oblivion, absolute infinity billion traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity billion traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity billion traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity billion traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity billion traded to crouton, absolute infinity billion traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity billion traded to finity, absolute infinity billion traded to infinity, absolute infinity billion traded to aleph null, absolute infinity billion traded to omega, absolute infinity billion traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity billion traded to zeta null, absolute infinity billion traded to eta null, absolute infinity billion traded to gamma null, absolute infinity billion traded to beta null. Absolute infinity billion traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity billion traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity billion traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity billion traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity billion traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity billion traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity billion traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity billion traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity billion traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity billion traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity billion traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity trillion traded to 2, absolute infinity trillion traded to 3, absolute infinity trillion traded to 4, absolute infinity trillion traded to 5, absolute infinity trillion traded to 6, absolute infinity trillion traded to 7, absolute infinity trillion traded to 8, absolute infinity trillion traded to 9, absolute infinity trillion traded to 10. Absolute infinity trillion traded to 11, absolute infinity trillion traded to 12, absolute infinity trillion traded to 15, absolute infinity trillion traded to 20, absolute infinity trillion traded to 30, absolute infinity trillion traded to 50, absolute infinity trillion traded to 75, absolute infinity trillion traded to 100, absolute infinity trillion traded to 1000, absolute infinity trillion traded to 10,000, absolute infinity trillion traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity trillion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity trillion traded to billion, absolute infinity trillion traded to trillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to septillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to octillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to decillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to undecillion. Absolute infinity trillion traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity trillion traded to centillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to milillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to merillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to trilogue. Absolute infinity trillion traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity trillion traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity trillion trotted to tetralogue, absolute infinity trillion traded to Decker, absolute infinity trillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity trillion traded to Bugol, absolute infinity trillion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity trillion traded to General, absolute infinity trillion traded to Trugol, absolute infinity trillion traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity trillion traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity trillion traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity trillion traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity trillion traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity trillion traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity trillion traded to Tritar, absolute infinity trillion traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity trillion traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity trillion traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity trillion traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity trillion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity trillion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity trillion traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity trillion traded to oblivion, absolute infinity trillion traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity trillion traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity trillion traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity trillion traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity trillion traded to Crouton, absolute infinity trillion traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity trillion traded to Finity, absolute infinity trillion traded to Infinity, absolute infinity trillion traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity trillion traded to Omega, absolute infinity trillion traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity trillion traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity trillion traded to Eta null, absolute infinity trillion traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity trillion trotted to beta null, absolute infinity trillion traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity trillion traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity trillion traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 2, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 3, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 4, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 5, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 6, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 7, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 8, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 9. Absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 10, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 11, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 12, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 15, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 20, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 30, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 50, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 75, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 100, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 1000, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 10,000, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 100,000, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to billion. Absolute infinity quadrillion traded to trillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to septillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to octillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to decillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to undecillion, absolute infinity quadrillion. Trotted to duodecillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to centillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to milillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to merillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to trilogue. Absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Decker, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Bugol, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to General, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Trugol, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity quadrillion traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Tritar, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity quadrillion traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to oblivion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Crouton, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Finity, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Infinity, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Omega, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Eta null, absolute infinity quadrillion. Trothead to Gamma null, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Beta null, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to Malo cardinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity quadrillion traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity quintillion traded to 2, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 3, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 4, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 5, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 6, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 7, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 8, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 9, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 10, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 11, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 12, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 15, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 20, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 30, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 50, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 75, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 100, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 1000, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 10,000, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 100,000, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity quintillion traded to billion. Absolute infinity quintillion traded to trillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to septillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to octillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to decillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to undecillion, absolute infinity quintillion. Trothead to duodecillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity quintillion traded to centillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to milillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to merillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to trilog. Absolute infinity quintillion traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Tetralog, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Decker, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Bugol, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity quintillion traded to General, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Trugol, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity quintillion traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity quintillion traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Tritar, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity quintillion traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity quintillion traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity quintillion traded to oblivion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Crouton, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Finity, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Infinity, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Omega, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Eta null, absolute infinity quintillion Trotted to gamma null, absolute infinity quintillion traded to beta null, absolute infinity quintillion traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity quintillion traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity quintillion traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity sextillion traded to 2, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 3, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 4, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 5, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 6, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 7, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 8, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 9. Absolute infinity sextillion traded to 10, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 11, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 12, absolute infinity sextillion Trotted to 15, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 20, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 30, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 50, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 75, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 100, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 1000, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 10,000, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 100,000, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity sextillion traded to billion, absolute infinity sextillion Trotted to trillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to septillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to octillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to decillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to undecillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity sextillion traded to centillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to milillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to merillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to trilog, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Littlefoot. Absolute infinity sextillion traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Tetralog, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Decker, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Bugol, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity sextillion traded to General, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Trugol, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity sextillion traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity sextillion traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity sextillion traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity sextillion traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity sextillion traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity sextillion traded to tritar, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity sextillion traded to 1919th bust. Beaver number. Absolute infinity sextillion traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity sextillion traded to oblivion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity sextillion traded to crouton, absolute infinity sextillion traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity sextillion traded to finity, absolute infinity sextillion traded to infinity, absolute infinity sextillion traded to aleph null, absolute infinity sextillion traded to omega, absolute infinity sextillion traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity sextillion traded to zeta null, absolute infinity sextillion traded to eta null, absolute infinity sextillion traded to gamma null, absolute infinity sextillion traded to beta null, absolute infinity sextillion traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity sextillion traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity sextillion traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity septillion traded to 2, absolute infinity septillion traded to 3, absolute infinity septillion traded to 4, absolute infinity septillion traded to 5, absolute infinity septillion traded to 6, absolute infinity septillion traded to 7, absolute infinity septillion traded to 8, absolute infinity septillion traded to 9, absolute infinity septillion traded to 10, absolute infinity septillion traded to 11, absolute infinity septillion traded to 12, absolute infinity septillion Trotted to 15, absolute infinity septillion traded to 20, absolute infinity septillion traded to 30, absolute infinity septillion traded to 50, absolute infinity septillion traded to 75, absolute infinity septillion traded to 100, absolute infinity septillion traded to 1000, absolute infinity septillion traded to 10,000, absolute infinity septillion traded to 100,000, absolute infinity septillion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity septillion traded to billion, absolute infinity septillion Trotted to trillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to septillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to octillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to decillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to undecillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity septillion traded to centillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to milillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to merillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to trialogue, absolute infinity septillion traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity septillion traded to Kalillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity septillion traded to Decker, absolute infinity septillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity septillion traded to Bugol, absolute infinity septillion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity septillion traded to General, absolute infinity septillion traded to Trugol, absolute infinity septillion traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity septillion traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity septillion traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity septillion traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity septillion traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity septillion traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity septillion traded to tritar, absolute infinity septillion traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity septillion traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity septillion traded to 1919th bust. Beaver number. Absolute infinity septillion traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity septillion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity septillion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity septillion traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity septillion traded to oblivion, absolute infinity septillion traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity septillion traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity septillion traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity septillion traded to Sam's Number, absolute infinity septillion traded to crouton, absolute infinity septillion traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity septillion traded to finity, absolute infinity septillion traded to infinity, absolute infinity septillion traded to aleph null, absolute infinity septillion traded to omega, absolute infinity septillion traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity septillion traded to zeta null, absolute infinity septillion traded to eta null, absolute infinity septillion traded to gamma null, absolute infinity septillion traded to beta null, absolute infinity septillion traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity septillion traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity septillion traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity decillion traded to 2, absolute infinity decillion traded to 3, absolute infinity decillion traded to 4, absolute infinity decillion traded to 5, absolute infinity decillion traded to 6, absolute infinity decillion traded to 7, absolute infinity decillion traded to 8, absolute infinity decillion traded to 9, absolute infinity decillion traded to 10, absolute infinity decillion traded to 11, absolute infinity decillion traded to 12, absolute infinity decillion traded to 15. Absolute infinity decillion traded to 20, absolute infinity decillion traded to 30, absolute infinity decillion traded to 50, absolute infinity decillion traded to 75, absolute infinity decillion traded to 100, absolute infinity decillion traded to 1000, absolute infinity decillion traded to 10,000, absolute infinity decillion traded to 100,000, absolute infinity decillion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity decillion traded to billion, absolute infinity decillion traded to trillion. Absolute infinity decillion traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to septillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to octillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to decillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to undecillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity decillion traded to centillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to milillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to merillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to trilogue, absolute infinity decillion traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity decillion traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity decillion traded to Decker, absolute infinity decillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity decillion traded to Bugol, absolute infinity decillion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity decillion traded to General, absolute infinity decillion traded to Trugol, absolute infinity decillion traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity decillion traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity decillion traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity decillion traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity decillion traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity decillion traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity decillion traded to Tritar, absolute infinity decillion traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity decillion traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity decillion traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity decillion traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity decillion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity decillion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity decillion traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity decillion traded to oblivion, absolute infinity decillion traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity decillion traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity decillion traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity decillion traded to Sam's number. Absolute infinity decillion traded to crouton, absolute infinity decillion traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity decillion traded to finity, absolute infinity decillion traded to infinity, absolute infinity decillion traded to aleph null, absolute infinity decillion traded to omega, absolute infinity decillion traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity decillion traded to zeta null, absolute infinity decillion traded to eta null, absolute infinity decillion traded to gamma null, absolute infinity decillion traded to beta null, absolute infinity decillion traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity decillion traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity decillion traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to 2, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 4, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 5, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 6, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 7, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 8, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 9, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 10. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to 11, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 12, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 15, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 20, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 30, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 50, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 75, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Giggol traded to billion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to septillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to octillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trigintillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to centillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to milillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to merillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trialogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to kilillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decker, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to general, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to crouton, absolute infinity Giggol traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to finity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to aleph null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to omega, absolute infinity Giggol traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to zeta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to eta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to gamma null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to beta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity Giggol traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity centillion traded to 2, absolute infinity centillion traded to 3, absolute infinity centillion traded to 4, absolute infinity centillion traded to 5, absolute infinity centillion traded to 6, absolute infinity centillion traded to 7, absolute infinity centillion traded to 8, absolute infinity centillion traded to 9. Absolute infinity centillion traded to 10, absolute infinity centillion traded to 11, absolute infinity centillion traded to 12, absolute infinity centillion traded to 15, absolute infinity centillion traded to 20, absolute infinity centillion traded to 30, absolute infinity centillion traded to 50, absolute infinity centillion traded to 75, absolute infinity centillion traded to 100, absolute infinity centillion traded to 1000, absolute infinity centillion traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity centillion traded to 100,000, absolute infinity centillion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity centillion traded to billion, absolute infinity centillion Trotted to trillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to septillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to octillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to decillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to undecillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity centillion traded to centillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to milillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to marillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to trialog, absolute infinity centillion traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity centillion traded to kilillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to tetralog, absolute infinity centillion traded to decker, absolute infinity centillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity centillion traded to bugol, absolute infinity centillion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity centillion traded to general, absolute infinity centillion traded to trugol, absolute infinity centillion traded to gubol, absolute infinity centillion traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity centillion traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity centillion traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity centillion traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity centillion traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity centillion traded to tritar, absolute infinity centillion traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity centillion traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity centillion traded to 1919th bust. Beaver number. Absolute infinity centillion traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity centillion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity centillion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity centillion traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity centillion traded to oblivion, absolute infinity centillion traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity centillion traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity centillion traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity centillion traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity centillion traded to crouton, absolute infinity centillion traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity centillion traded to finity, absolute infinity centillion traded to infinity, absolute infinity centillion traded to aleph null, absolute infinity centillion traded to omega, absolute infinity centillion traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity centillion traded to zeta null, absolute infinity centillion traded to eta null, absolute infinity centillion traded to gamma null, absolute infinity centillion traded to beta null, absolute infinity centillion traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity centillion traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity centillion traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap, absolute infinity milillion traded to 2, absolute infinity milillion traded to 3, absolute infinity milillion traded to 4, absolute infinity milillion traded to 5, absolute infinity milillion traded to 6, absolute infinity milillion traded to 7, absolute infinity milillion traded to 8, absolute infinity milillion traded to 9, absolute infinity milillion traded to 10, absolute infinity milillion traded to 11, absolute infinity milillion traded to 12, absolute infinity milillion trotted to 15, absolute infinity milillion traded to 20, absolute infinity milillion traded to 30, absolute infinity milillion traded to 50, absolute infinity milillion traded to 75, absolute infinity milillion traded to 100, absolute infinity milillion traded to 1000, absolute infinity milillion traded to 10,000, absolute infinity milillion traded to 100,000, absolute infinity milillion traded to 1 million, absolute infinity milillion traded to billion, absolute infinity milillion trotted to trillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to quintillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to sextillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to septillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to octillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to nonillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to decillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to undecillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity milillion traded to centillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to milillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to marillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to micrillion, absolute infinity milillion traded to trialog, absolute infinity milillion traded to littlefoot, Absolute infinity Milillion traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Tetralog, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Decker, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Milillion traded to General, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Milillion traded to legendary Explosive Edamame Taco, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity Milillion traded to 1919th bust. Beaver number. Absolute infinity Milillion traded to Infinite Time Turing Machine number, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Utter Oblivion, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Ultimate Oblivion, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Hyper Oblivion, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Crouton, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Crutonillion, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Finity, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Infinity, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Aleph Null, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Omega, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Epsilon Null, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Zeta Null, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Eta Null, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Gamma Null, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Beta Null, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Bird's Ordinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to First Uncountable Ordinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Worldly Cardinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Inaccessible Cardinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Malo Cardinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Weakly Compact Cardinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to First Indescribable Cardinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Wooden Cardinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Huge Cardinal, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Rank Cardinals, absolute infinity Milillion traded to Absolute Infinity Cardinal Gap. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 2, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 3, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 4, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 5, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 6, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 7, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 8, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 9. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 10, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 11, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 12, absolute infinity Googolplex Trothead to 15, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 20, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 30, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 50, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 75, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 100, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 1000, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to billion, absolute infinity Googolplex Trothead to trillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to septillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to octillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to decillion. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Googol, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to centillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to milillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to marillion. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to trialog, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Littlefoot. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Tetralog, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Decker, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to General. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to legendary Explosive Edamame Taco, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Tritar. Absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity Googolplex traded to 1919th bust. Beaver number. absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to oblivion, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to Sam's number, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to crouton, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to croutonillion, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to finity, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to infinity, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to aleph null, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to omega, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to epsilon null, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to zeta null, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to eta null, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to gamma null, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to beta null, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to rank cardinals, absolute infinity Giggolplextrated to absolute infinity cardinal gap, absolute infinity Decatrated to 2, absolute infinity Decatrated to 3, absolute infinity Decatrated to 4, absolute infinity Decatrated to 5, absolute infinity Decatrated to 6, absolute infinity Decatrated to 7, absolute infinity Decatrated to 8, absolute infinity Decatrated to 9, absolute infinity Decatrated to 10. Absolute infinity Decatrated to 11, absolute infinity Decatrated to 12, absolute infinity Decatrated to 15, absolute infinity Decatrated to 20, absolute infinity Decatrated to 30, absolute infinity Decatrated to 50, absolute infinity Decatrated to 75, absolute infinity Decatrated to 100, absolute infinity Decatrated to 1000, absolute infinity Decatrated to 10,000, absolute infinity Decatrated to 100,000, absolute infinity Decatrated to 1 million. Absolute infinity Decatrated to billion, absolute infinity Decatrated to trillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to quadrillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to quintillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to sextillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to septillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to octillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to nonillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to decillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to undecillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to duodecillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to tridecillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to vigintillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to trigintillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to Giggol, absolute infinity Decatrated to centillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to milillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to merillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to micrillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to trilogue, absolute infinity Decatrated to littlefoot, absolute infinity Decatrated to kilillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to tetralogue, absolute infinity Decatrated to decker, absolute infinity Decatrated to Giggol, absolute infinity Decatrated to Bugol, absolute infinity Decatrated to Graham's number, absolute infinity Decatrated to general, absolute infinity Decatrated to Trugol, absolute infinity Decatrated to Gubo. Absolute infinity Decatrated to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity Decatrated to tetrathoth, absolute infinity Decatrated to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity Decatrated to tree, 3, absolute infinity Decatrated to tetraculus, absolute infinity Decatrated to tritar, absolute infinity Decatrated to loader's number, absolute infinity Decatrated to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Decatrated to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity Decatrated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Decatrated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Decatrated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Decatrated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Decatrated to oblivion, absolute infinity Decatrated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Decatrated to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Decatrated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Decatrated to Sam's number, absolute infinity Decatrated to crouton, absolute infinity Decatrated to croutonillion, absolute infinity Decatrated to finity, absolute infinity Decatrated to infinity, absolute infinity Decatrated to aleph null, absolute infinity Decatrated to omega, absolute infinity Decatrated to epsilon null, absolute infinity Decatrated to zeta null, absolute infinity Decatrated to eta null, absolute infinity Decatrated to gamma null, absolute infinity Decatrated to beta null, absolute infinity Decker traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Decker traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity Decker traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to 2, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 4, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 5, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 6, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 7, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 8, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 9, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 10. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to 11, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 12, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 15, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 20, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 30, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 50, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 75, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1 million. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to billion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Giggol trotted to quintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to septillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to octillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trigintillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to centillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to milillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to merillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trialogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to kilillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Decker, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to General, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Giggol trotted to crouton, absolute infinity Giggol traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to finity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to aleph null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to omega, absolute infinity Giggol traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to zeta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to eta null. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to gamma null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to beta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity Giggol traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 2, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 3, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 4, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 5, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 6, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 7, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 8, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 9, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 10. Absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 11, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 12, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 15, absolute infinity Gaggle traded to 20, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 30, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 50, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 75, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1 million. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to billion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to septillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to octillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trigintillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to centillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to milillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to merillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trialogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to kilillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decker, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to general, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to crouton, absolute infinity Giggol traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to finity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to aleph null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to omega, absolute infinity Giggol traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to zeta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to eta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to gamma null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to beta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity Giggol traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Bugol traded to 2, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 3, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 4, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 5, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 6, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 7, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 8, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 9, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 10. Absolute infinity Bugol traded to 11, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 12, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 15, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 20, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 30, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 50, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 75, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 100, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 1000, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Bugol traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity Bugol traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Bugol traded to billion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to trillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to septillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to octillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to decillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity Bugol traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Bugol traded to trigintillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to centillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to milillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to merillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trialog, absolute infinity Giggol traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to kilillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetralog, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decker, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to general, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tritar, absolute infinity Giggol traded to loader's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to crouton, absolute infinity Giggol traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to finity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to aleph null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to omega, absolute infinity Giggol traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to zeta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to eta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to gamma null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to beta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity Giggol traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Grahams traded to 2, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 3, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 4, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 5, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 6, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 7, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 8, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 9, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 10. Absolute infinity Grahams traded to 11, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 12, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 15, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 20, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 30, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 50, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 75, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 100, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 1000, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity Grahams traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Grahams traded to billion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to trillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to quadrillion. Absolute infinity Grahams traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to septillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to octillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to decillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity Grahams traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Grahams traded to centillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to milillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to merillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to trialog, absolute infinity Grahams traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity Grahams traded to kilillion, absolute infinity Grahams traded to tetralog, absolute infinity Grahams traded to decker, absolute infinity Grahams traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Grahams traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Grahams traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Grahams traded to general, absolute infinity Grahams traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Grahams traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Grahams traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity Grahams traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity Grahams traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity Grahams traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity Grahams traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity Grahams traded to tritar, absolute infinity Grahams traded to loader's number, absolute infinity Grahams traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Grahams traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity grams traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity grams traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity grams traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity grams traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity grams traded to oblivion, absolute infinity grams traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity grams traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity grams traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity grams traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity grams traded to crouton, absolute infinity grams traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity grams traded to finity, absolute infinity grams traded to infinity, absolute infinity grams traded to aleph null, absolute infinity grams traded to omega, absolute infinity grams traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity grams traded to zeta null, absolute infinity grams traded to eta null, absolute infinity grams traded to gamma null, absolute infinity grams traded to beta null. Absolute infinity grams traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity grams traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity grams traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity grams traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity grams traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity grams traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity grams traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity grams traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity grams traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity grams traded to rank interrank cardinals, absolute infinity grams traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity general traded to 2, absolute infinity general traded to 3, absolute infinity general traded to 4, absolute infinity general traded to 5, absolute infinity general traded to 6, absolute infinity general traded to 7, absolute infinity general traded to 8, absolute infinity general traded to 9, absolute infinity general traded to 10. Absolute infinity general traded to 11, absolute infinity general traded to 12, absolute infinity general traded to 15, absolute infinity general trotted to 20, absolute infinity general traded to 30, absolute infinity general traded to 50, absolute infinity general traded to 75, absolute infinity general traded to 100, absolute infinity general traded to 1000, absolute infinity general traded to 10,000, absolute infinity general traded to 100,000, absolute infinity general traded to 1 million, absolute infinity general traded to billion, absolute infinity general traded to trillion, absolute infinity general traded to quadrillion. Absolute infinity general traded to quintillion, absolute infinity general traded to sextillion, absolute infinity general traded to septillion, absolute infinity general traded to octillion, absolute infinity general traded to nonillion, absolute infinity general traded to decillion, absolute infinity general traded to undecillion, absolute infinity general traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity general traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity general traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity general traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity general traded to Giggol, absolute infinity general traded to centillion, absolute infinity general traded to milillion, absolute infinity general traded to marillion, absolute infinity general traded to micrillion, absolute infinity general traded to trialogue, absolute infinity general traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity general traded to kilillion, absolute infinity general traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity general trotted to Decker, absolute infinity general traded to Giggol, absolute infinity general traded to Bugol, absolute infinity general traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity general traded to General, absolute infinity general traded to Trugol, absolute infinity general traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity general traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity general traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity general traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity general traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity general traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity general traded to Tritar, absolute infinity general traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity general traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity general traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity general traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity general traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity general traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity general traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity general traded to oblivion, absolute infinity general traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity general traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity general traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity general traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity general traded to crouton, absolute infinity general traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity general traded to finity, absolute infinity general traded to infinity, absolute infinity general traded to aleph null, absolute infinity general traded to omega, absolute infinity general traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity general traded to zeta null, absolute infinity general traded to eta null, absolute infinity general traded to gamma null, absolute infinity general traded to beta null. Absolute infinity general traded to birds ordinal, absolute infinity general traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity general traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity general traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity general traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity general traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity general traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity general traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity general traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity general traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity general traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to 2, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 4, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 5, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 6, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 7, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 8, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 9, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 10. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to 11, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 12, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 15, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 20, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 30, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 50, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 75, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1 million. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to billion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to septillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to octillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trigintillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to centillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to milillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to merillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trialogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to kilillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decker, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to general, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Gubo traded to Crouton, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Crutonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to finity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Omega, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Eta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Beta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to birds ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity Giggol traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 2, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 3, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 4, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 5, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 6, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 7, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 8, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 9, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 10. Absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 11, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 12, absolute infinity Guttrell traded to 15, absolute infinity Guttrell Trotted to 20, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 30, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 50, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 75, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Giggol traded to billion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to quadrillion. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to septillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to octillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to decillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to centillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to milillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to merillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to trilogue, absolute infinity Giggol traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to kilillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity Giggol trotted to decker, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to general, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity Giggol traded to tritar, absolute infinity Giggol traded to loader's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Giggol traded to crouton, absolute infinity Giggol traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity Giggol traded to finity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to infinity, absolute infinity Giggol traded to aleph null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to omega, absolute infinity Giggol traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to zeta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to eta null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to gamma null, absolute infinity Giggol traded to beta null. Absolute infinity Giggol traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Giggol traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity Giggol traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Zappel traded to 2, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 3, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 4, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 5, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 6, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 7, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 8, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 9, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 10. Absolute infinity Zappel traded to 11, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 12, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 15, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 20, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 30, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 50, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 75, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 100, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 1000, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Zappel traded to 1 million. Absolute infinity Zappel traded to billion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to trillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Zappel trotted to quintillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to septillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to octillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to decillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity Zappel traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Zappel traded to trigintillion. Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Giggol, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Centillion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Milillion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Marillion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Micrillion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Trialog, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Littlefoot, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Calillion. Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Tetralog, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Decker, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Giggol, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Bugol, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Graham's number, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to General, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Trugol, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Gubo. Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Legendary Explosive Edamame Taco, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Tetrathoth, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Terrible Tetrathoth, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Tree, 3, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Tetraculus, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Tritar, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Loader's number, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Yudkowski's number, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Infinite Time Turing Machine number, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Ryo's number, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Bigfoot, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Hollum's number, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Oblivion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Utter Oblivion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Ultimate Oblivion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Hyper Oblivion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Sam's number, Absolute Infinity Zapple Trothead to Crouton, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Croutonillion, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Finity, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Infinity, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Aleph Null, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Omega, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Epsilon Null, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Zeta Null, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Eta Null, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Gamma Null, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Beta Null, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Bird's Ordinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to First Uncountable Ordinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Worldly Cardinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Inaccessible Cardinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Malo Cardinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Weakly Compact Cardinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to First Indescribable Cardinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Wooden Cardinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Huge Cardinal, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Rank into Rank Cardinals, Absolute Infinity Zapple traded to Absolute Infinity Cardinal Gap. Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 2, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 3, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 4, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 5, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 6, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 7, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 8, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 9. Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 10, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 11, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 12, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 15, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 20, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 30, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 50, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 75, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 100, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 1000, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 10,000. Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 100,000, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to 1,000,000, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to billion. Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to trillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to quadrillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to quintillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to sextillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to septillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to octillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to nonillion. Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to decillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to undecillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth Trothead to duodecillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to tridecillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to bigentillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to trigentillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Giggol, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to centillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to milillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to marillion. Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Micrillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Trialog. Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Littlefoot, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Calillion, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Tetralog, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Decker, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Giggol, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Bugol, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Graham's number, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to General, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Trugol, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Gubo. Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Legendary Explosive Edamame Taco, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Tetrathoth, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Terrible Tetrathoth, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Tree, 3, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Tetraculus, Absolute Infinity Tetrathoth traded to Tritar, Absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Infinite Time Turing Machine number, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Utter Oblivion. Absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Ultimate Oblivion, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Hyper Oblivion, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Crouton, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Crutonillion, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Finity, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Infinity, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Aleph Null, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Omega, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Epsilon Null. Absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Zeta Null, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Eta Null, absolute infinity Tetrathoth Trotted to Gamma Null, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Beta Null, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Bird's Ordinal, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to First Uncountable Ordinal, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Worldly Cardinal, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Inaccessible Cardinal, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Malo Cardinal. Absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Weakly Compact Cardinal, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to First Indescribable Cardinal, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Wooden Cardinal, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Huge Cardinal, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Rank-into-Rank Cardinals, absolute infinity Tetrathoth traded to Absolute Infinity Cardinal Gap. Absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 2, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 3, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 4, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 5, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 6, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 7, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 8, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 9, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 10, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 11, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 12, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 15, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 20, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 30, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 50, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 75. Absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 100, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 1000, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 1,000,000, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to billion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to trillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to septillion. Absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to octillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to decillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to trigentillion. Absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to centillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to milillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to marillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to trialogue, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Calillion, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Tetralogue, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Decker, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to General, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Legendary Explosus Edamame Taco, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth Trotted to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Terrible Tetrathoth traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Hyper Oblivion, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Crouton, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Crutonillion, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Finity, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Infinity, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Aleph Null, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Omega, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth Trotted to Epsilon Null, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Zeta Null, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Eta Null, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Gamma Null, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Beta Null, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Bird's Ordinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to First Uncountable Ordinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Worldly Cardinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Inaccessible Cardinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Malo Cardinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Weakly Compact Cardinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to First Indescribable Cardinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Wooden Cardinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Huge Cardinal, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Rank Cardinals, absolute infinity terrible Tetrathoth traded to Absolute Infinity Cardinal Gap, absolute infinity tree, 3. Trotted to 2, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 3, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 4, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 5, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 6, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 7, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 8, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 9, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 10, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 11, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 12, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 15, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 20, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 30, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 50, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 75, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 100, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 1000, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 10,000, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 100,000, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 1 million, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to billion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to trillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to quadrillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to quintillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to sextillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to septillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to octillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to nonillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to decillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to undecillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to duodecillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to tridecillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to vigintillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to trigintillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Giggol, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to centillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to milillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to marillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to micrillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to trialogue, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Littlefoot, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Calillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to tetralogue, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Decker, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Giggol, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Bugol, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Graham's number, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to General, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Trugol, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Gubol, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Legendary Explosive Edamame Taco, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Tree, 3, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Tetraculus, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Tritar, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Loader's number, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity tree, 3, trotted to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Ryo's number, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Bigfoot, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Hallam's number, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to oblivion, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to utter oblivion, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Sam's number, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Crouton, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Crutonillion, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Finity, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to infinity, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Aleph null, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Omega, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Epsilon null, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Zeta null, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Eta null, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Gamma null, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Beta null, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to Malo cardinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to huge cardinal, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to rank cardinals, absolute infinity tree, 3, Trotted to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 2, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 3, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 4, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 5, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 6, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 7, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 8, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 9, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 10, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 11, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 12, absolute infinity tetraculus Trotted to 15, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 20, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 30, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 50, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 75, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 100, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 1000, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 10,000, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 100,000, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 1 million, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to billion, absolute infinity tetraculus Trotted to trillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to quadrillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to quintillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to sextillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to septillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to octillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to nonillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to decillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to undecillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to duodecillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to tridecillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to vigintillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to trigintillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Giggol, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to centillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to milillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to marillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to micrillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to trialogue, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Littlefoot, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Kilillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to tetralogue, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Decker, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Giggol, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Bugol, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Graham's number, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to General, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Trugol, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Gubol, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to tree, 3, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Tetraculus, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Tritar, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Loder's number, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to 1919th bust. Beaver number. Absolute infinity tetraculostrated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to oblivion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Sam's Number, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to crouton, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to croutonillion, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to finity, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to infinity, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to aleph null, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to omega, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to epsilon null, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to zeta null, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to eta null, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to gamma null, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to beta null, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to malo cardinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to huge cardinal, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to rank cardinals, absolute infinity tetraculostrated to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity tritartrated to 2, absolute infinity tritartrated to 3, absolute infinity tritartrated to 4, absolute infinity tritartrated to 5, absolute infinity tritartrated to 6, absolute infinity tritartrated to 7, absolute infinity tritartrated to 8, absolute infinity tritartrated to 9, absolute infinity tritartrated to 10. Absolute infinity tritartrated to 11, absolute infinity tritartrated to 12, absolute infinity tritartrated to 15, absolute infinity tritartrated to 20, absolute infinity tritartrated to 30, absolute infinity tritartrated to 50, absolute infinity tritartrated to 75, absolute infinity tritartrated to 100, absolute infinity tritartrated to 1000, absolute infinity tritartrated to 10,000, absolute infinity tritartrated to 100,000. Absolute infinity tritartrated to 1 million, absolute infinity tritartrated to billion, absolute infinity tritartrated to trillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to quadrillion, absolute infinity tritar trated to quintillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to sextillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to septillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to octillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to nonillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to decillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to undecillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to duodecillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to tridecillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to vigintillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to trigintillion. Absolute infinity tritartrated to Giggol, absolute infinity tritartrated to centillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to milillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to merillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to micrillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to trialogue, absolute infinity tritartrated to littlefoot, absolute infinity tritartrated to kilillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to tetralogue, absolute infinity tritartrated to decker, absolute infinity tritartrated to Giggol, absolute infinity tritartrated to Bugol, absolute infinity tritartrated to Graham's number, absolute infinity tritartrated to general, absolute infinity tritartrated to Trugol, absolute infinity tritartrated to Gubol. Absolute infinity tritartrated to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity tritartrated to tetrathoth, absolute infinity tritartrated to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity tritartrated to tree, 3, absolute infinity tritartrated to tetraculus, absolute infinity tritartrated to tritar, absolute infinity tritartrated to Loder's number, absolute infinity tritartrated to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity tritartrated to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity tritartrated to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity tritartrated to Ryo's number, absolute infinity tritartrated to Bigfoot, absolute infinity tritartrated to Hallam's number, absolute infinity tritartrated to oblivion, absolute infinity tritartrated to utter oblivion, absolute infinity tritartrated to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity tritartrated to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity tritartrated to Sam's number, absolute infinity tritar trated to crouton, absolute infinity tritartrated to croutonillion, absolute infinity tritartrated to finity, absolute infinity tritartrated to infinity, absolute infinity tritartrated to aleph null, absolute infinity tritartrated to omega, absolute infinity tritartrated to epsilon null, absolute infinity tritartrated to zeta null, absolute infinity tritartrated to eta null, absolute infinity tritartrated to gamma null, absolute infinity tritartrated to beta null, absolute infinity tritartrated to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to malo cardinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to huge cardinal, absolute infinity tritartrated to rank cardinals, absolute infinity tritartrated to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity loaders traded to 2, absolute infinity loaders traded to 3, absolute infinity loaders traded to 4, absolute infinity loaders traded to 5, absolute infinity loaders traded to 6, absolute infinity loaders traded to 7, absolute infinity loaders traded to 8, absolute infinity loaders traded to 9, absolute infinity loaders traded to 10. Absolute infinity loaders traded to 11, absolute infinity loaders traded to 12, absolute infinity loaders traded to 15, absolute infinity loaders traded to 20, absolute infinity loaders traded to 30, absolute infinity loaders traded to 50, absolute infinity loaders traded to 75, absolute infinity loaders traded to 100, absolute infinity loaders traded to 1000, absolute infinity loaders traded to 10,000, absolute infinity loaders traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity loaders traded to 1 million, absolute infinity loaders traded to billion, absolute infinity loaders traded to trillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to quadrillion. Absolute infinity loaders traded to quintillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to sextillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to septillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to octillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to nonillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to decillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to undecillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to Giggol, absolute infinity loaders traded to centillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to milillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to marillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to micrillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to trialog, absolute infinity loaders traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity loaders traded to kilillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to tetralog, absolute infinity loaders traded to Decker, absolute infinity loaders traded to Giggol, absolute infinity loaders traded to Bugol, absolute infinity loaders traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity loaders traded to General, absolute infinity loaders traded to Trugol, absolute infinity loaders traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity loaders traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity loaders traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity loaders traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity loaders traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity loaders traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity loaders traded to Tritar, absolute infinity loaders traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity loaders traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity loaders traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity loaders traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity loaders traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity loaders traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity loaders traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity loaders traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity loaders traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity loaders traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity loaders traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity loaders traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity loaders traded to Crouton, absolute infinity loaders traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity loaders traded to Finity, absolute infinity loaders traded to Infinity, absolute infinity loaders traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity loaders traded to Omega, absolute infinity loaders traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity loaders traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity loaders traded to Eta null, absolute infinity loaders traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity loaders traded to Beta null. Absolute infinity loaders traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity loaders traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity loaders traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 2, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 3, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 4, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 5, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 6, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 7, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 8, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 9. Absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 10, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 11, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 12, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 15. Absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 20, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 30, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 50, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 75, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 100, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 1000, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to billion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to trillion. Absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to septillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to octillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to decillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to centillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to milillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to marillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to trilogue, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to kilillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to decker, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to general, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to tritar, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Sam's number. Absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to crouton, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to finity, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to infinity, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to aleph null, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to omega, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to zeta null, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to eta null, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to gamma null, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to beta null, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity Yudkowsky traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity finity traded to 2, absolute infinity finity traded to 3, absolute infinity finity traded to 4, absolute infinity finity traded to 5, absolute infinity finity traded to 6, absolute infinity finity traded to 7, absolute infinity finity traded to 8, absolute infinity finity traded to 9, absolute infinity finity traded to 10. Absolute infinity finity traded to 11, absolute infinity finity traded to 12, absolute infinity finity traded to 15, absolute infinity finity traded to 20, absolute infinity finity traded to 30, absolute infinity finity traded to 50, absolute infinity finity traded to 75, absolute infinity finity traded to 100, absolute infinity finity traded to 1000, absolute infinity finity traded to 10,000, absolute infinity finity traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity finity traded to 1 million, absolute infinity finity traded to billion, absolute infinity finity traded to trillion, absolute infinity finity traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity finity traded to quintillion, absolute infinity finity traded to sextillion, absolute infinity finity traded to septillion, absolute infinity finity traded to octillion, absolute infinity finity traded to nonillion, absolute infinity finity traded to decillion, absolute infinity finity traded to undecillion, absolute infinity finity traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity finity traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity finity traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity finity traded to trigentillion. Absolute infinity finity traded to Giggol, absolute infinity finity traded to centillion, absolute infinity finity traded to milillion, absolute infinity finity traded to marillion, absolute infinity finity traded to micrillion, absolute infinity finity traded to trilogue, absolute infinity finity traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity finity traded to kilillion. Absolute infinity finity traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity finity traded to decker, absolute infinity finity traded to Giggol, absolute infinity finity traded to Giggol, absolute infinity finity traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity finity traded to General, absolute infinity finity traded to Trugol, absolute infinity finity traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity finity traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity finity traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity finity traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity finity traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity finity traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity finity traded to Tritar, absolute infinity finity traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity finity traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity finity traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity finity traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity finity traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity finity traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity finity traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity finity traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity finity traded to Utter Oblivion, absolute infinity finity traded to Ultimate Oblivion, absolute infinity finity traded to Hyper Oblivion, absolute infinity finity traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity finity Trotted to Crouton, absolute infinity finity traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity finity traded to Finity, absolute infinity finity traded to Infinity, absolute infinity finity traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity finity traded to Omega, absolute infinity finity traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity finity traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity finity traded to Eta null, absolute infinity finity traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity finity traded to Beta null, absolute infinity finity traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity finity traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity finity traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity finity traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity finity traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity finity traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity finity traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity finity traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity finity traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity finity traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity finity traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity infinity traded to 2, absolute infinity infinity traded to 3, absolute infinity infinity traded to 4, absolute infinity infinity traded to 5, absolute infinity infinity traded to 6, absolute infinity infinity traded to 7, absolute infinity infinity traded to 8, absolute infinity infinity traded to 9. Absolute infinity infinity traded to 10, absolute infinity infinity traded to 11, absolute infinity infinity traded to 12, absolute infinity infinity traded to 15, absolute infinity infinity traded to 20, absolute infinity infinity traded to 30, absolute infinity infinity traded to 50, absolute infinity infinity traded to 75, absolute infinity infinity traded to 100, absolute infinity infinity traded to 1000, absolute infinity infinity traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity infinity traded to 100,000, absolute infinity infinity traded to 1 million, absolute infinity infinity traded to billion, absolute infinity infinity traded to trillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to quintillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to sextillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to septillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to octillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to nonillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to decillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to undecillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to Giggol, absolute infinity infinity traded to centillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to milillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to marillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to micrillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to trialogue, absolute infinity infinity traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity infinity traded to Kalillion, absolute infinity infinity Trotted to Tetralogue, absolute infinity infinity traded to Decker, absolute infinity infinity traded to Giggol, absolute infinity infinity traded to Giggol, absolute infinity infinity traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity infinity traded to General, absolute infinity infinity traded to Trugol, absolute infinity infinity traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity infinity traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity infinity traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity infinity traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity infinity traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity infinity traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity infinity traded to Tritar, absolute infinity infinity traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity infinity traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity infinity traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity infinity traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity infinity traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity infinity traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity infinity traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity infinity traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity infinity traded to Utter Oblivion, Absolute infinity infinity traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity infinity traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity infinity traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity infinity traded to crouton, absolute infinity infinity traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity infinity traded to finity, absolute infinity infinity traded to infinity, absolute infinity infinity traded to aleph null, absolute infinity infinity traded to omega, absolute infinity infinity traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity infinity traded to zeta null, absolute infinity infinity traded to eta null, absolute infinity infinity traded to gamma null, absolute infinity infinity traded to beta null, absolute infinity infinity traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity infinity traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity infinity traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 2, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 3, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 4, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 5, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 6, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 7, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 8, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 9. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 10, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 11, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 12, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 15, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 20, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 30, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 50, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 75, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 100, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 1000, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to billion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to trillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to septillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to octillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to decillion. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to centillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to milillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to merillion. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to trialogue, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to littlefoot. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to kilillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to decker, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to general. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Tritar. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to 1919th bust. Beaver number. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to utter oblivion. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to crouton, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to finity, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to infinity, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to aleph null, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to omega, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to epsilon null. Absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to zeta null, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to eta null, absolute infinity aleph 0 traded to gamma Null, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to beta null, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to birds ordinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity Aleph 0 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity omega traded to 2, absolute infinity omega traded to 3, absolute infinity omega traded to 4, absolute infinity omega traded to 5, absolute infinity omega traded to 6, absolute infinity omega traded to 7, absolute infinity omega traded to 8, absolute infinity omega traded to 9, absolute infinity omega traded to 10, absolute infinity omega traded to 11, absolute infinity omega traded to 12, absolute infinity omega traded to 15, absolute infinity omega traded to 20, absolute infinity omega traded to 30, absolute infinity omega traded to 50, absolute infinity omega traded to 75, absolute infinity omega traded to 100, absolute infinity omega traded to 1000, absolute infinity omega traded to 10,000, absolute infinity omega traded to 100,000, absolute infinity omega traded to 1 million. Absolute infinity omega traded to billion, absolute infinity omega traded to trillion, absolute infinity omega traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity omega traded to quintillion. Absolute infinity omega traded to sextillion, absolute infinity omega traded to septillion, absolute infinity omega traded to octillion, absolute infinity omega traded to nonillion, absolute infinity omega traded to decillion, absolute infinity omega traded to undecillion, absolute infinity omega traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity omega traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity omega traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity omega traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity omega traded to Giggol, absolute infinity omega traded to centillion, absolute infinity omega traded to milillion, absolute infinity omega traded to merillion, absolute infinity omega traded to micrillion, absolute infinity omega traded to trilog, absolute infinity omega traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity omega traded to kilillion, absolute infinity omega traded to tetralog, absolute infinity omega traded to decker, absolute infinity omega traded to Giggol, absolute infinity omega traded to Bugol, absolute infinity omega traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity omega traded to general, absolute infinity omega traded to Trugol, absolute infinity omega traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity omega traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity omega traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity omega traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity omega traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity omega traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity omega traded to tritar, absolute infinity omega traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity omega traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity omega traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity omega traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity omega traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity omega traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity omega traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity omega traded to oblivion, absolute infinity omega traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity omega traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity omega traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity omega traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity omega traded to Crouton, absolute infinity omega traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity omega traded to finity, absolute infinity omega traded to infinity, absolute infinity omega traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity omega traded to omega, absolute infinity omega traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity omega traded to zeta null, absolute infinity omega traded to eta null, absolute infinity omega traded to gamma null, absolute infinity omega traded to beta null, absolute infinity omega traded to birds. Ordinal, absolute infinity omega traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity omega traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity omega traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity omega traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity omega traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity omega traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity omega traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity omega traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity omega traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity omega traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 2, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 3, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 4, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 5, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 6, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 7, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 8, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 9. Absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 10, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 11, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 12, absolute Infinity epsilon null traded to 15, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 20, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 30, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 50, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 75, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 100, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 1000, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 10,000, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 100,000, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 1 million, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to billion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to trillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to quintillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to sextillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to septillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to octillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to nonillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to decillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to undecillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Giggol, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to centillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to milillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to merillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to micrillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to trialog, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to kilillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to tetralog, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to decker, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Giggol, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Bugol, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to general, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Trugol, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Gubol, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Tritar, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity epsilon null traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to oblivion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Crouton, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Finity, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Infinity, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Omega, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Eta null, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to gamma null, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to beta null, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity epsilon null traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity zeta null traded to 2, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 3, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 4, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 5, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 6, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 7, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 8, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 9, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 10, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 11, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 12, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 15. Absolute infinity zeta null traded to 20, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 30, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 50, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 75, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 100, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 1000, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 10,000, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 100,000, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 1 million, absolute infinity zeta null traded to billion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to trillion. absolute infinity zeta null traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to quintillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to sextillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to septillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to octillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to nonillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to decillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to undecillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Giggol, absolute infinity zeta null traded to centillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to milillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to merillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to micrillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to trilogue, absolute infinity zeta null traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity zeta null traded to kilillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity zeta null traded to decker, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Giggol, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Bugol, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity zeta null traded to general, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Trugol, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Gubol, absolute infinity zeta null traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity zeta null traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity zeta null traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity zeta null traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity zeta null traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity zeta null traded to tritar, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity zeta null traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity zeta null traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity zeta null traded to oblivion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Sam's number. Absolute infinity zeta null traded to crouton, absolute infinity zeta null traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity zeta null traded to finity, absolute infinity zeta null traded to infinity, absolute infinity zeta null traded to aleph null, absolute infinity zeta null traded to omega, absolute infinity zeta null traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity zeta null traded to zeta null, absolute infinity zeta null traded to eta null, absolute infinity zeta null traded to gamma null, absolute infinity zeta null traded to beta null, absolute infinity zeta null traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity zeta null traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity zeta null traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 2, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 3, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 4, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 5, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 6, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 7. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 8, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 9, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 10, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 11, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 12, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 15, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 20, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 30. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 50, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 75, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 100, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 1000, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 10,000, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 100,000, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 1 million, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to billion. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to trillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to quintillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to sextillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to septillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to octillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to nonillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to decillion. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to undecillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity first Uncountable ordinal traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Giggol, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to centillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to milillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to marillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to micrillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to trialog, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to kilillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to tetralog, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to decker, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Giggol, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Bugol, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to general, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Trugol, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Tetraculus. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Tritar, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Loader's number. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Crouton, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Crutonillion, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to finity, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to infinity, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to omega, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to zeta null, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to eta null, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to gamma null, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to beta null, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity first uncountable ordinal traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 2, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 3, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 4, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 5, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 6, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 7. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 8, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 9, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 10, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 11, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 12, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 15, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 20, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 30, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 50. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 75, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 100, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 1000, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 10,000, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 100,000, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 1 million, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to billion, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to trillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to quintillion, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to sextillion, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to septillion, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to octillion, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to nonillion, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to decillion, absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to undecillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to duodecillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to tridecillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to vigintillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to trigintillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Giggol. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to centillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to milillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to merillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to micrillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals trotted to trialogue. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to littlefoot. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Calillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to tetralogue. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Decker. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Giggol. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Bugol. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Graham's number. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to General. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Trugol. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Tetrathoth. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to terrible Tetrathoth. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Tree. 3. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Tetraculus. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Tritar. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Loader's number. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Yudkowsky's number. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Infinite Time Turing Machine number. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Ryo's number. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Bigfoot. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Hollum's number. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Oblivion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Utter Oblivion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Ultimate Oblivion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Hyper Oblivion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Sam's number. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Crouton. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Crutonillion. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Finity. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Infinity. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Aleph Null. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals trotted to Omega. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Epsilon Null. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Zeta Null. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Eta Null. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Gamma Null. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Beta Null. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Bird's Ordinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to First Uncountable Ordinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Worldly Cardinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Inaccessible Cardinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Malo Cardinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Weakly Compact Cardinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to First Indescribable Cardinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Wooden Cardinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Huge Cardinal. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to rank into rank cardinals. Absolute infinity rank into rank cardinals traded to Absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 2. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 3. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 4. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 5. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 6. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 7. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 8. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 9. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 10. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 11. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 12. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 15. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 20. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 30. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 50. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 75. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 100. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 1000. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 1 million. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to billion. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to trillion. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to quadrillion. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to quintillion. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to sextillion. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to septillion. absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to octillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to nonillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to decillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to undecillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Giggol, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to centillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to milillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to merillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to micrillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to trialog, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to kilillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to tetralog, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to decker, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Giggol, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Buggol, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to general, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Trugol, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Tritar, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to 1919th bust beaver number, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to oblivion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Crouton, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to finity, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to infinity, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to omega, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to zeta null, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to eta null, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to gamma null, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to beta null, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity cardinal gap traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity super 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 9, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 15. Absolute infinity super 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity super 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to trillion. absolute infinity super 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to decillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity super 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to merillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to trialogue, absolute infinity super 1 traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Decker, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity super 1 traded to General, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity super 1 traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity super 1 traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity super 1 traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity super 1 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity super 1 traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity super 1 traded to tritar, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity super 1 traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity super 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity super 1 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Sam's number. Absolute infinity super 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Crutonillion, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Finity, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Omega, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Eta null, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Beta null, absolute infinity super 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity super 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity super 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 9. Absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 15, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to trillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to decillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to undecillion. Absolute infinity mega 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to vigentillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to merillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to trialogue. Absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Kilillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Tetralog, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Decker, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Bugal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to General, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Trugal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity mega 1 traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity mega 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Utter Oblivion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Ultimate Oblivion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Hyper Oblivion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Finity, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Aleph Null, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Omega, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Epsilon Null, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Zeta Null, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Eta Null, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Gamma Null, absolute infinity mega 1 Trothead to Beta Null, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to First Uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Worldly cardinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Malo cardinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to First Indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Wooden cardinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to Huge cardinal, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity mega 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 9. Absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 15, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to trillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to decillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to undecillion. Absolute infinity giga 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity giga 1 trothead to vigintillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Gugol, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to marillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to trialog. Absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Calillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Tetralog, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Decker, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Bugal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to General, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Trugal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity giga 1 traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity giga 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Finity, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Omega, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Eta null, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity giga 1 Trotted to beta null, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity giga 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 9. Absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 15, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to trillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to decillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to undecillion. Absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 trotted to vigintillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to marillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to trilogue. Absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Calillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Tetralogue, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Decker, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to General, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to legendary Explosus edamame taco, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Finity, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Omega, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Eta null, absolute infinity Terra 1 traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity Terra 1 Trotted to beta null, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to bird's ordinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity terra 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 9. Absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 15, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 100,000. Absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to trillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to decillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to undecillion. Absolute infinity peta 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity peta 1 trotted to vigintillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to merillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to trilog. Absolute infinity peta 1 traded to little foot, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to kilillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to tetralog, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to decker, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to general, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity peta 1 traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to tritar, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity peta 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to crouton, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to finity, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to infinity, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to aleph null, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to omega, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to zeta null, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to eta null, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to gamma null, absolute infinity peta 1 trotted to beta null, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to bird's ordinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity peta 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity exa 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity exa 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity exa 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity exa 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity exa 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity exa 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity exa 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity exa 1 traded to 9. absolute infinity exa1 traded to 10, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 11, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 12, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 15, absolute infinity exa1 trotted to 20, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 30, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 50, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 75, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 100, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity exa1 traded to billion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to trillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to decillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity exa1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to merillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to trialog, absolute infinity exa1 traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity exa1 traded to kilillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to tetralog, absolute infinity exa1 trotted to Decker, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity exa1 traded to General, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity exa1 traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity exa1 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity exa1 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity exa1 traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity exa1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity exa1 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity exa 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Finity, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Omega, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Eta null, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity exa1 traded to Beta null. Absolute infinity exa1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity exa1 traded to rank cardinals, absolute infinity exa1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 2, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 3, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 4, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 5, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 6, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 7, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 8, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 9. Absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 10, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 11, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 12, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 15. Absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 20, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 30, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 50, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 75, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 100, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to billion, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to trillion. Absolute infinity zeta1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity zeta1 traded to decillion. Absolute infinity zeta1 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to merillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to trialog, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to kilillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to tetralog, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to decker, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to general, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to tritar, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Sam's number. Absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to crouton, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to croutonillion, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to finity, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to infinity, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to aleph null, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to omega, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to zeta null, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to eta null, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to gamma null, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to beta null, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity zeta 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 9. Absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 15. Absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to trillion. Absolute infinity yada 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to decillion. Absolute infinity yada 1 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to merillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to micrillion. Absolute infinity yada 1 traded to trialog, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to kilillion, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to tetralog, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to decker, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to general, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity yada 1 traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity yada 1 traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Utter Oblivion, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Ultimate Oblivion, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Hyper Oblivion, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Sam's number. Absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Finity, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Omega, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Eta null, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Beta null, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to Malo cardinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity Yada 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 9. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 15. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 10,000. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to trillion. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to decillion. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to marillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to micrillion. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Trialog, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Kalillion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Tetralog, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Decker, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to General, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to legendary Explosis edamame taco, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Tree, 3, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Utter Oblivion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Ultimate Oblivion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Hyper Oblivion, absolute infinity Zena 1 traded to Sam's number. Absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to crouton, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to crotonian, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to finity, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to infinity, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to aleph null, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to omega, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to zeta null, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to eta null, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to gamma null, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to beta null, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity Xena 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity 101 traded to 2, absolute infinity 101 traded to 3, absolute infinity 101 traded to 4, absolute infinity 101 traded to 5, absolute infinity 101 traded to 6, absolute infinity 101 traded to 7, absolute infinity 101 traded to 8. Absolute infinity 101 traded to 9, absolute infinity 101 traded to 10, absolute infinity 101 traded to 11. Absolute infinity 101 traded to 12, absolute infinity 101 traded to 15, absolute infinity 101 traded to 20, absolute infinity 101 traded to 30, absolute infinity 101 traded to 50, absolute infinity 101 traded to 75, absolute infinity 101 traded to 100. Absolute infinity 101 traded to 1000, absolute infinity 101 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity 101 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity 101 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity 101 traded to billion, absolute infinity 101 traded to trillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to sextillion. Absolute infinity 101 traded to septillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to octillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to decillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to bigentillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity 101 traded to centillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to milillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to marillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to trialogue, absolute infinity 101 traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity 101 traded to kilillion, absolute infinity 101 traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity 101 traded to decker, absolute infinity 101 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity 101 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity 101 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity 101 traded to general, absolute infinity 101 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity 101 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity 101 traded to legendary explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity 101 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity 101 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity 101 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity 101 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity 101 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity 101 traded to Loder's number, absolute infinity 101 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity 101 traded to 1919th bust beaver number. Absolute infinity 101 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity 101 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity 101 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity 101 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity 101 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity 101 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity 101 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity 101 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity 101 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity 101 traded to crouton, absolute infinity 101 traded to crotonian, absolute infinity 101 traded to finity, absolute infinity 101 traded to infinity, absolute infinity 101 traded to aleph null, absolute infinity 101 traded to omega, absolute infinity 101 traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity 100a. 1 traded to zeta null, absolute infinity 101 traded to eta null, absolute infinity 101 traded to gamma null, absolute infinity 101 traded to beta null, absolute infinity 101 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity 101 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity 101 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity 101 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity 101 Trotted to Malo Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 101 traded to Weekly Compact Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 101 traded to First Indescribable Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 101 traded to Wooden Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 101 traded to Huge Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 101 traded to Rank into Rank Cardinals, Absolute Infinity 101 traded to Absolute Infinity Cardinal Gap. Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 2, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 3, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 4, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 5, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 6, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 7, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 8, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 9, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 10, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 11, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1. Trotted to 12, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 15, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 20, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 30, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 50, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 75, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 100, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 1000, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 10,000, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 100,000, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 1 million, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to billion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to trillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to quadrillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to quintillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to sextillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to septillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to octillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to nonillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to decillion. Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to undecillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to duodecillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to tridecillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to bigentillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to trigentillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Giggol, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to centillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to milillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to marillion. Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to micrillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to trialogue, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Littlefoot, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Kilillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to tetralogue, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Decker, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Giggol, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Bugal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Graham's number, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to General, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Trugal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Legendary Explosus Edamame Taco, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Tetrathoth, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Terrible Tetrathoth, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Tree, 3, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Tetraculus, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Tritar. Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Loader's number, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Yudkowski's number, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Infinite Time Turing Machine number, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Ryo's number, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Bigfoot, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Hollum's number, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Oblivion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Utter Oblivion. Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Ultimate Oblivion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Hyper Oblivion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Sam's number, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Crouton, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Crutonillion, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Finity, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Infinity, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Aleph Null, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Omega. Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Epsilon Null, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Zeta Null, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Eta Null, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Gamma Null, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Beta Null, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Bird's Ordinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to First Uncountable Ordinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Worldly Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Inaccessible Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Malo Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Weekly Compact Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to First Indescribable Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Wooden Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Huge Cardinal, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Rank into Rank Cardinals, Absolute Infinity 1000 to 1 traded to Absolute Infinity Cardinal Gap. Absolute Infinity Bugala 1 traded to 2, Absolute Infinity Bugala 1 traded to 3, Absolute Infinity Bugala 1 traded to 4, Absolute Infinity Bugala 1 traded to 5, Absolute Infinity Bugala 1 traded to 6, Absolute Infinity Bugala 1 traded to 7, Absolute Infinity Bugala 1 traded to 8, Absolute Infinity Bugala 1 traded to 9, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 15, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity Bugala 1 trotted to billion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to trillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to decillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to trigentillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to marillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to trialogue, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Littlefoot, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Calillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to tetralogue, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Decker, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Bugol, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to General, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to legendary Explosive edamame taco, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Tetraculus, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Yudkowski's number, absolute infinity Bugala 1 trotted to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to oblivion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 trotted to Sam's number, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Finity, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Omega, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Epsilon null, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Zeta null, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Eta null, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Gamma null, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Beta null, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to Malo cardinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 trotted to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity Bugala 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 9, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 10, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity Infinity 1 trotted to 12, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 15, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity Infinity 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to trillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to decillion. Absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to merillion. Absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to trilog, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to kilillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to tetralog, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to decker, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to general, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Gubol. Absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to tetrathoth, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to terrible tetrathoth, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to tetraculus, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to tritar. Absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity. Infinity 1 traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Infinite Time Turing Machine number, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Hallam's number, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Utter Oblivion. Absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Crutonillion, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Finity, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Infinity, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Aleph Null, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Omega. Absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to zeta null, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to eta null, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to gamma null, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to beta null, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to worldly cardinal. Absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to rank into rank cardinals, absolute infinity infinity 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absolute infinity 1 traded to 2, absolute infinity 1 traded to 3, absolute infinity 1 traded to 4, absolute infinity 1 traded to 5, absolute infinity 1 traded to 6, absolute infinity 1 traded to 7, absolute infinity 1 traded to 8, absolute infinity 1 traded to 9, absolute infinity 1 traded to 10. Absolute infinity 1 traded to 11, absolute infinity 1 traded to 12, absolute infinity 1 traded to 15, absolute infinity 1 traded to 20, absolute infinity 1 traded to 30, absolute infinity 1 traded to 50, absolute infinity 1 traded to 75, absolute infinity 1 traded to 100, absolute infinity 1 traded to 1000, absolute infinity 1 traded to 10,000, absolute infinity 1 traded to 100,000, absolute infinity 1 traded to 1 million, absolute infinity 1 traded to billion, absolute infinity 1 traded to trillion, absolute infinity 1 traded to quadrillion, absolute infinity 1 traded to quintillion, absolute infinity 1 traded to sextillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to septillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to octillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to nonillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to decillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to undecillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to duodecillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to tridecillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to vigintillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to trigintillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity a 1 traded to centillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to milillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to merillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to micrillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to trialog, absolute infinity a 1 traded to littlefoot, absolute infinity a 1 traded to kilillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to tetralog, absolute infinity a 1 traded to decker, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Giggol, absolute infinity a 1 traded to bugol, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Graham's number, absolute infinity a 1 traded to general, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Trugol, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Gubo. Absolute infinity a 1 traded to legendary explosives edamame taco, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Tetrathoth, absolute infinity a 1 traded to terrible Tetrathoth, absolute infinity a 1 traded to tree, 3, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Tetraculus. Absolute infinity a 1 traded to Tritar, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Loader's number, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Yudkowsky's number, absolute infinity a 1 traded to 1919th Bust Beaver number. Absolute infinity a 1 traded to infinite time Turing machine number, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Ryo's number, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Bigfoot, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Hollum's number, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Oblivion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to utter oblivion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to ultimate oblivion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to hyper oblivion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Sam's number, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Crouton, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Croutonillion, absolute infinity a 1 traded to finity, absolute infinity a 1 traded to infinity, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Aleph null, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Omega. Absolute infinity a 1 traded to epsilon null, absolute infinity a 1 traded to zeta null, absolute infinity a 1 traded to eta null, absolute infinity a 1 traded to gamma null, absolute infinity a 1 traded to beta null, absolute infinity a 1 traded to Bird's ordinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to first uncountable ordinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to worldly cardinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to inaccessible cardinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to malo cardinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to weakly compact cardinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to first indescribable cardinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to wooden cardinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to huge cardinal, absolute infinity a 1 traded to rank-into-rank cardinals, absolute infinity a 1 traded to absolute infinity cardinal gap. Absoluter infinity, absolutist infinity, absolutister infinity, absolute duist infinity, absolute trest infinity, absolute tetrist infinity, absolute penteist infinity, absolute decist infinity, absolute tychosist infinity, absolute trientist infinity, absolute hectist infinity, absolute chiliest infinity, absolute myriest infinity, absolute infinity infinity, absolute dash, absolute infinity, infinity, absolute dash, level 2, infinity, absolute dash, level 10, infinity, absolute dash, level absolute infinity. Infinity, the A plus 1, the A times 2, the A squared, absolute pre-A, absolute infinity A, the B, the C, the D, the E, the F, the G, the H, the I, the J, the K, the L, the M, the N, the O, the P, the Q, the R, the S, the T, the U, the V, the W, the X, the Y, the Z, absolute infinity Z, A1, B1, C1, E1, J1, O1, T1, Z1, A2, A3, A10, A100, a Googolplex, a Bugol, a general, a infinity, a absolute 1 infinity, absolute 2 infinity, absolute 3 infinity, absolute 4 infinity, absolute 5 infinity, absolute 6 infinity, absolute 7 infinity, absolute 8 infinity, absolute 9 infinity, absolute 10 infinity, absolute 15 infinity, absolute 20 infinity, absolute 30 infinity, absolute 40 infinity, absolute 50 infinity, absolute 60 infinity, absolute 70 infinity, absolute 80 infinity, absolute 90 infinity, absolute 100 infinity, absolute 200 infinity, absolute 500 infinity, absolute 1000 infinity, absolute 100,000 infinity, absolute million infinity, absolute billion infinity, absolute trillion infinity, absolute quadrillion infinity, absolute quintillion infinity, absolute sextillion infinity, absolute septillion infinity, absolute octillion infinity, absolute nonillion infinity, absolute decillion infinity, absolute undecillion infinity, absolute duodecillion infinity, absolute tridecillion infinity, absolute quadriwardecillion infinity, absolute quindecillion infinity, absolute sextillion infinity, absolute septendecillion infinity, absolute octodecillion infinity, absolute novemdecillion infinity, absolute vigintillion infinity, absolute trigintillion infinity, absolute Giggol infinity, absolute centillion infinity, absolute Giggolkime infinity, absolute milillion infinity, absolute merillion infinity, absolute micrillion infinity, absolute Giggolplex infinity, absolute tetralog infinity, absolute deca infinity, absolute tridecal infinity, absolute Bugol infinity, absolute grams infinity, absolute general infinity, absolute iteral infinity, absolute Zappel infinity, absolute dimendical infinity, absolute tree, 3, infinity, absolute SSCG, 3, infinity, absolute Rios infinity, absolute infinite infinity, absolutely infinity, absolutely 1 infinity, absolutely 2 infinity, absolutely 3 infinity, absolutely 4 infinity, absolutely 5 infinity, absolutely 6 infinity, absolutely 7 infinity, absolutely 8 infinity, absolutely 9 infinity, absolutely 10 infinity, absolutely 15 infinity, absolutely 20 infinity, absolutely 30 infinity, absolutely 40 infinity, absolutely 50 infinity, absolutely 60 infinity, absolutely 70 infinity, absolutely 80 infinity, absolutely ninety infinity, absolutely 100 infinity, absolutely 200 infinity, absolutely 500 infinity, absolutely 1000 infinity, absolutely 100,000 infinity, absolutely million infinity, absolutely billion infinity, absolutely trillion infinity, absolutely quadrillion infinity, absolutely quintillion infinity, absolutely sextillion infinity, absolutely septillion infinity, absolutely octillion infinity, absolutely nonillion infinity, absolutely decillion infinity, absolutely undecillion infinity, absolutely duodecillion infinity, absolutely tridecillion infinity, absolutely quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely quindecillion infinity, absolutely sextillion infinity, absolutely septendecillion infinity, absolutely octodecillion infinity, absolutely novemdecillion infinity, absolutely vigintillion infinity, absolutely trigintillion infinity, absolutely Giggol infinity, absolutely centillion infinity, absolutely Giggolkime infinity, absolutely milillion infinity, absolutely merillion infinity, absolutely micrillion infinity, absolutely Giggolplex infinity, absolutely tetralog infinity, absolutely deca infinity, absolutely tridecal infinity, absolutely Bugol infinity, absolutely grams infinity, absolutely general infinity, absolutely iteral infinity, absolutely Zappel infinity, absolutely dimendical infinity, absolutely tree, 3, infinity, absolutely SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely Rios infinity, absolutely infinite infinity, absolutely of 3 infinity, absolutely of 3 1 infinity, absolutely of 3 2 infinity, absolutely of 3 3 infinity, absolutely of 3 4 infinity, absolutely of 3 5 infinity, absolutely of 3 6 infinity, absolutely of 3 7 infinity, absolutely of 3 8 infinity, absolutely of 3 9 infinity, absolutely of 3 10 infinity, absolutely of 3 15 infinity, absolutely of 3 20 infinity, absolutely of 3 30 infinity, absolutely of 340 infinity, absolutely of 350 infinity, absolutely of 360 infinity, absolutely of 370 infinity, absolutely of 380 infinity, absolutely of 390 infinity, absolutely of 3100 infinity, absolutely of 3200 infinity, absolutely of 3500 infinity, absolutely of 3000 infinity, absolutely of 300,000 infinity, absolutely of 3 million infinity, absolutely of 3 billion infinity, absolutely of 3 trillion infinity, absolutely of 3 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 3 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 3 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 3 septillion infinity, absolutely of 3 octillion infinity, absolutely of 3 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 3 decillion infinity, absolutely of 3 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 3 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 3 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 3 quadraticillion infinity, absolutely of 3 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 3 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 3 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 3 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 3 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 3 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 3 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 3 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 3 centillion infinity, absolutely of 3 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 3 millillion infinity, absolutely of 3 merillion infinity, absolutely of 3 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 3 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 3 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 3 deca infinity, absolutely of 3 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 3 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 3 grams infinity, absolutely of 3 general infinity, absolutely of 3 iteral infinity, absolutely of 3 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 3 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 3 tree, 3 infinity, absolutely of 3 SSCG, 3 infinity, absolutely of 3 Rios infinity, absolutely of 3 infinite infinity, absolutely of 4 infinity, absolutely of 4 1 infinity, absolutely of 4 2 infinity, absolutely of 4 3 infinity, absolutely of 4 4 infinity, absolutely of 4 5 infinity, absolutely of 4 6 infinity, absolutely of 4 7 infinity, absolutely of 4 8 infinity, absolutely of 4 9 infinity, absolutely of 4 10 infinity, absolutely of 4 15 infinity, absolutely of 4 20 infinity, absolutely of 4 30 infinity, absolutely of 4 40 infinity, absolutely of 450 infinity, absolutely of 460 infinity, absolutely of 470 infinity, absolutely of 480 infinity, absolutely of 490 infinity, absolutely of 4 100 infinity, absolutely of 4 200 infinity, absolutely of 4 500 infinity, absolutely of 4000 infinity, absolutely of 400,000 infinity, absolutely of 4 million infinity, absolutely of 4 billion infinity, absolutely of 4 trillion infinity, absolutely of 4 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 4 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 4 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 4 septillion infinity, absolutely of 4 octillion infinity, absolutely of 4 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 4 decillion infinity, absolutely of 4 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 4 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 4 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 4 quadraticillion infinity, absolutely of 4 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 4 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 4 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 4 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 4 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 4 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 4 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 4 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 4 centillion infinity, absolutely of 4 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 4 millillion infinity, absolutely of 4 merillion infinity, absolutely of 4 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 4 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 4 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 4 deca infinity, absolutely of 4 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 4 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 4 grams infinity, absolutely of 4 general infinity, absolutely of 4 iteral infinity, absolutely of 4 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 4 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 4 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 4 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 4 Rios infinity, absolutely of 4 infinite infinity, absolutely of 5 infinity, absolutely of 5 1 infinity, absolutely of 5 2 infinity, absolutely of 5 3 infinity, absolutely of 5 4 infinity, absolutely of 5 5 infinity, absolutely of 5 6 infinity, absolutely of 5 7 infinity, absolutely of 5 8 infinity, absolutely of 5 9 infinity, absolutely of 5 10 infinity, absolutely of 5 15 infinity, absolutely of 5 20 infinity, absolutely of 5 30 infinity, absolutely of 5 40 infinity, absolutely of 550 infinity, absolutely of 560 infinity, absolutely of 570 infinity, absolutely of 580 infinity, absolutely of 590 infinity, absolutely of 5 100 infinity, absolutely of 5 200 infinity, absolutely of 5 500 infinity, absolutely of 5,000 infinity, absolutely of 500,000 infinity, absolutely of 5 million infinity, absolutely of 5 billion infinity, absolutely of 5 trillion infinity, absolutely of 5 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 5 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 5 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 5 septillion infinity, absolutely of 5 octillion infinity, absolutely of 5 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 5 decillion infinity, absolutely of 5 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 5 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 5 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 5 quadriwordicillion infinity, absolutely of 5 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 5 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 5 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 5 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 5 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 5 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 5 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 5 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 5 centillion infinity, absolutely of 5 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 5 millillion infinity, absolutely of 5 merillion infinity, absolutely of 5 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 5 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 5 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 5 decker infinity, absolutely of 5 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 5 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 5 grams infinity, absolutely of 5 general infinity, absolutely of 5 iteral infinity, absolutely of 5 zappel infinity, absolutely of 5 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 5 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 5 sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of 5 rios. Infinity, absolutely of 5 infinite infinity. Absolutely of 6 infinity, absolutely of 6 1 infinity, absolutely of 6 2 infinity, absolutely of 6 3 infinity, absolutely of 6 4 infinity, absolutely of 6 5 infinity, absolutely of 6 6 infinity, absolutely of 6 7 infinity, absolutely of 6 8 infinity, absolutely of 6 9 infinity, absolutely of 6 10 infinity, absolutely of 6 15 infinity, absolutely of 6 20 infinity, absolutely of 6 30 infinity, absolutely of 6 40 infinity. Absolutely of 650 infinity, absolutely of 660 infinity, absolutely of 670 infinity, absolutely of 680 infinity, absolutely of 690 infinity, absolutely of 6100 infinity, absolutely of 6200 infinity, absolutely of 6500 infinity, absolutely of 6000 infinity, absolutely of 600,000 infinity, absolutely of 6 million infinity, absolutely of 6 billion infinity, absolutely of 6 trillion infinity, absolutely of 6 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 6 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 6 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 6 septillion infinity, absolutely of 6 octillion infinity, absolutely of 6 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 6 decillion infinity, absolutely of 6 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 6 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 6 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 6 quadriwordicillion infinity, absolutely of 6 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 6 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 6 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 6 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 6 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 6 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 6 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 6 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 6 centillion infinity, absolutely of 6 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 6 millillion infinity, absolutely of 6 merillion infinity, absolutely of 6 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 6 Giggolplex infinity. Absolutely of 6 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 6 decker infinity, absolutely of 6 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 6 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 6 grams infinity, absolutely of 6 general infinity, absolutely of 6 iteral infinity, absolutely of 6 zappel infinity, absolutely of 6 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 6 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 6 sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of 6 rios infinity, absolutely of 6 infinite infinity. Absolutely of 7 infinity, absolutely of 7 1 infinity, absolutely of 7 2 infinity, absolutely of 7 3 infinity, absolutely of 7 4 infinity, absolutely of 7 5 infinity, absolutely of 7 6 infinity, absolutely of 7 7 infinity, absolutely of 7 8 infinity, absolutely of 7 9 infinity, absolutely of 7 10 infinity, absolutely of 7 15 infinity, absolutely of 7 20 infinity, absolutely of 7 30 infinity. Absolutely of 740 infinity, absolutely of 750 infinity, absolutely of 760 infinity, absolutely of 770 infinity, absolutely of 780 infinity, absolutely of 790 infinity, absolutely of 7 100 infinity, absolutely of 7 200 infinity, absolutely of 7 500 infinity, absolutely of 7,000 infinity, absolutely of 700,000 infinity, absolutely of 7 million infinity, absolutely of 7 billion infinity, absolutely of 7 trillion infinity, absolutely of 7 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 7 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 7 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 7 septillion infinity, absolutely of 7 octillion infinity, absolutely of 7 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 7 decillion infinity, absolutely of 7 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 7 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 7 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 7 quadriwordicillion infinity, absolutely of 7 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 7 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 7 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 7 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 7 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 7 bigentillion infinity, absolutely of 7 trigentillion infinity, absolutely of 7 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 7 centillion infinity, absolutely of 7 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 7 millillion infinity, absolutely of 7 merillion infinity, absolutely of 7 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 7 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 7 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 7 decker infinity, absolutely of 7 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 7 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 7 grams infinity, absolutely of 7 general infinity, absolutely of 7 iteral infinity, absolutely of 7 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 7 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 7 tree, 3. Infinity, absolutely of 7 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 7 Rios infinity, absolutely of 7 infinite infinity. Absolutely of 8 infinity, absolutely of 8 1 infinity, absolutely of 8 2 infinity, absolutely of 8 3 infinity, absolutely of 8 4 infinity, absolutely of 8 5 infinity, absolutely of 8 6 infinity, absolutely of 8 7 infinity, absolutely of 8 8 infinity, absolutely of 8 9 infinity, absolutely of 8 10 infinity, absolutely of 8 15 infinity, absolutely of 8 20 infinity, absolutely of 8 30 infinity, absolutely of 8 40 infinity, absolutely of 850 infinity, absolutely of 860 infinity, absolutely of 870 infinity, absolutely of 880 infinity, absolutely of 890 infinity, absolutely of 8100 infinity, absolutely of 8200 infinity, absolutely of 8500 infinity, absolutely of 8000 infinity, absolutely of 800,000 infinity, absolutely of 8 million infinity, absolutely of 8 billion infinity, absolutely of 8 trillion infinity, absolutely of 8 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 8 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 8 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 8 septillion infinity, absolutely of 8 octillion infinity, absolutely of 8 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 8 decillion infinity, absolutely of 8 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 8 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 8 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 8 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 8 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 8 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 8 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 8 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 8 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 8 vigentillion infinity, absolutely of 8 trigentillion infinity, absolutely of 8 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 8 centillion infinity, absolutely of 8 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 8 millillion infinity, absolutely of 8 merillion infinity, absolutely of 8 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 8 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 8 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 8 decker infinity, absolutely of 8 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 8 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 8 grams infinity, absolutely of 8 general infinity, absolutely of 8 iteral infinity, absolutely of 8 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 8 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 8 tree, 3. Infinity, absolutely of 8 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 8 Rios infinity, absolutely of 8 infinite infinity, absolutely of 9 infinity, absolutely of 9 1 infinity, absolutely of 9 2 infinity, absolutely of 9 3 infinity, absolutely of 9 4 infinity, absolutely of 9 5 infinity, absolutely of 9 6 infinity, absolutely of 9 7 infinity, absolutely of 9 8 infinity, absolutely of 9 9 infinity, absolutely of 9 10 infinity, absolutely of 9 15 infinity, absolutely of 920 infinity, absolutely of 930 infinity, absolutely of 940 infinity, absolutely of 950 infinity, absolutely of 960 infinity, absolutely of 970 infinity, absolutely of 980 infinity, absolutely of 990 infinity, absolutely of 9100 infinity, absolutely of 9200 infinity, absolutely of 9500 infinity, absolutely of 9000 infinity, absolutely of 900,000 infinity, absolutely of 9 million infinity, absolutely of 9 billion infinity, absolutely of 9 trillion infinity, absolutely of 9 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 9 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 9 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 9 septillion infinity, absolutely of 9 octillion infinity, absolutely of 9 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 9 decillion infinity, absolutely of 9 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 9 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 9 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 9 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 9 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 9 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 9 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 9 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 9 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 9 vigentillion infinity, absolutely of 9 trigentillion infinity, absolutely of 9 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 9 centillion infinity, absolutely of 9 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 9 milillion infinity, absolutely of 9 merillion infinity, absolutely of 9 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 9 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 9 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 9 deca infinity, absolutely of 9 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 9 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 9 grams infinity, absolutely of 9 general infinity, absolutely of 9 iteral infinity, absolutely of 9 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 9 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 9 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 9 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 9 Rios. Infinity, absolutely of 9 infinite infinity. Absolutely of 10 infinity, absolutely of 10 1 infinity, absolutely of 10 2 infinity, absolutely of 10 3 infinity, absolutely of 10 4 infinity, absolutely of 10 5 infinity, absolutely of 10 6 infinity, absolutely of 10 7 infinity, absolutely of 10 8 infinity, absolutely of 10 9 infinity, absolutely of 10 10 infinity, absolutely of 10 15 infinity, absolutely of 10 20 infinity, absolutely of 10 30 infinity, absolutely of 10 40 infinity, absolutely of 10 50 infinity, absolutely of 10 60 infinity, absolutely of 10 70 infinity, absolutely of 10 80 infinity, absolutely of 10 90 infinity, absolutely of 10 100 infinity, absolutely of 10 200 infinity, absolutely of 10 500 infinity, absolutely of 10,000 infinity, absolutely of 10 100,000 infinity, absolutely of 10 million infinity, absolutely of 10 billion infinity, absolutely of 10 trillion infinity, absolutely of 10 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 10 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 10 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 10 septillion infinity, absolutely of 10 octillion infinity, absolutely of 10 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 10 decillion infinity, absolutely of 10 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 10 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 10 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 10 quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of 10 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 10 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 10 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 10 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 10 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 10 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 10 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 10 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 10 centillion infinity, absolutely of 10 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 10 milillion infinity, absolutely of 10 merillion infinity, absolutely of 10 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 10 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 10 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 10 deca infinity, absolutely of 10 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 10 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 10 grams infinity, absolutely of 10 general infinity, absolutely of 10 iteral infinity, absolutely of 10 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 10 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 10 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 10 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 10 Rios infinity, absolutely of 10 infinite infinity, absolutely of 11 infinity, absolutely of 11 1 infinity, absolutely of 11 2 infinity, absolutely of 11 3 infinity, absolutely of 11 4 infinity, absolutely of 11 5 infinity, absolutely of 11 6 infinity, absolutely of 11 7 infinity, absolutely of 11 8 infinity, absolutely of 11 9 infinity, absolutely of 11 10 infinity, absolutely of 11 15 infinity, absolutely of 11 20 infinity, absolutely of 11 30 infinity, absolutely of 1140 infinity, absolutely of 1150 infinity, absolutely of 1160 infinity, absolutely of 1170 infinity, absolutely of 1180 infinity, absolutely of 1190 infinity, absolutely of 11100 infinity, absolutely of 11200 infinity, absolutely of 11500 infinity, absolutely of 11,000 infinity, absolutely of 1100,000 infinity, absolutely of 11 million infinity, absolutely of 11 billion infinity, absolutely of 11 trillion infinity, absolutely of 11 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 11 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 11 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 11 septillion infinity, absolutely of 11 octillion infinity, absolutely of 11 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 11 decillion infinity, absolutely of 11 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 11 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 11 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 11 quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of 11 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 11 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 11 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 11 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 11 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 11 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 11 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 11 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 11 centillion infinity, absolutely of 11 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 11 milillion infinity, absolutely of 11 merillion infinity, absolutely of 11 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 11 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 11 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 11 Decker infinity, absolutely of 11 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 11 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 11 grams infinity, absolutely of 11 general infinity, absolutely of 11 iteral infinity, absolutely of 11 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 11 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 11 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 11 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 11 Rios infinity, absolutely of 11 infinite infinity, absolutely of 12 infinity, absolutely of 12 1 infinity, absolutely of 12 2 infinity, absolutely of 12 3 infinity, absolutely of 12 4 infinity, absolutely of 12 5 infinity, absolutely of 12 6 infinity, absolutely of 12 7 infinity, absolutely of 12 8 infinity, absolutely of 12 9 infinity, absolutely of 12 10 infinity, absolutely of 12 15 infinity, absolutely of 12 20 infinity, absolutely of 12 30 infinity, absolutely of 12 40 infinity, absolutely of 12 50 infinity, absolutely of 12 60 infinity, absolutely of 12 70 infinity, absolutely of 12 80 infinity, absolutely of 12 90 infinity, absolutely of 12 100 infinity, absolutely of 12 200 infinity, absolutely of 12 500 infinity, absolutely of 12,000 infinity, absolutely of 1200,000 infinity, absolutely of 12 million infinity, absolutely of 12 billion infinity, absolutely of 12 trillion infinity, absolutely of 12 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 12 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 12 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 12 septillion infinity, absolutely of 12 octillion infinity, absolutely of 12 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 12 decillion infinity, absolutely of 12 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 sextecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 12 bigentillion infinity, absolutely of 12 trigentillion infinity, absolutely of 12 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 12 centillion infinity, absolutely of 12 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 12 milillion infinity, absolutely of 12 merillion infinity, absolutely of 12 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 12 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 12 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 12 Decker infinity, absolutely of 12 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 12 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 12 grams infinity, absolutely of 12 general infinity, absolutely of 12 iteral infinity, absolutely of 12 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 12 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 12 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 12 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 12 Rios infinity, absolutely of 12 infinite infinity, absolutely of 20 infinity, absolutely of 21 infinity, absolutely of 22 infinity, absolutely of 23 infinity, absolutely of 24 infinity, absolutely of 25 infinity, absolutely of 26 infinity, absolutely of 27 infinity, absolutely of 28 infinity, absolutely of 29 infinity, absolutely of 2010 infinity, absolutely of 2015 infinity, absolutely of 2020 infinity, absolutely of 2030 infinity, absolutely of 2040 infinity, absolutely of 2050 infinity, absolutely of 2060 infinity, absolutely of 2070 infinity, absolutely of 2080 infinity, absolutely of 2090 infinity, absolutely of 2100 infinity, absolutely of 2200 infinity, absolutely of 2500 infinity, absolutely of 20,000 infinity, absolutely of 20,100,000 infinity, absolutely of 20 million infinity, absolutely of 20 billion infinity, absolutely of 20 trillion infinity, absolutely of 20 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 20 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 20 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 20 septillion infinity, absolutely of 20 octillion infinity, absolutely of 20 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 20 decillion infinity, absolutely of 20 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 sextecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 20 bigentillion infinity, absolutely of 20 trigentillion infinity, absolutely of 20 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 20 centillion infinity, absolutely of 20 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 20 milillion infinity, absolutely of 20 merillion infinity, absolutely of 20 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 20 googolplex infinity, absolutely of 20 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 20 deca infinity, absolutely of 20 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 20 bugol infinity, absolutely of 20 grams infinity, absolutely of 20 general infinity, absolutely of 20 iteral infinity, absolutely of 20 zappel infinity, absolutely of 20 dimensional infinity, absolutely of 20 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 20 sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of 20 rios infinity, absolutely of 20 infinite infinity, absolutely of 30 infinity, absolutely of 31 infinity, absolutely of 32 infinity, absolutely of 33 infinity, absolutely of 34 infinity, absolutely of 35 infinity, absolutely of 36 infinity, absolutely of 37 infinity, absolutely of 38 infinity, absolutely of 39 infinity, absolutely of 3010 infinity, absolutely of 3015 infinity, absolutely of 3020 infinity, absolutely of 3030 infinity, absolutely of 3040 infinity, absolutely of 3050 infinity, absolutely of 3060 infinity, absolutely of 3070 infinity, absolutely of 3080 infinity, absolutely of 3090 infinity, absolutely of 3100 infinity, absolutely of 3200 infinity, absolutely of 3500 infinity, absolutely of 30,000 infinity, absolutely of 30,100,000 infinity, absolutely of 30 million infinity, absolutely of 30 billion infinity, absolutely of 30 trillion infinity, absolutely of 30 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 30 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 30 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 30 septillion infinity, absolutely of 30 octillion infinity, absolutely of 30 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 30 decillion infinity, absolutely of 30 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 30 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 30 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 30 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 30 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 30 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 30 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 30 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 30 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 30 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 30 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 30 gugol infinity, absolutely of 30 centillion infinity, absolutely of 30 gugolkime infinity, absolutely of 30 milillion infinity, absolutely of 30 merillion infinity, absolutely of 30 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 30 googolplex infinity, absolutely of 30 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 30 deca infinity, absolutely of 30 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 30 bugol infinity, absolutely of 30 grams infinity, absolutely of 30 general infinity, absolutely of 30 iteral infinity, absolutely of 30 zappel infinity, absolutely of 30 dimensional infinity, absolutely of 30 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 30 sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of 30 rios infinity, absolutely of 30 infinite infinity, absolutely of 40 infinity, absolutely of 41 infinity, absolutely of 42 infinity, absolutely of 43 infinity, absolutely of 44 infinity, absolutely of 45 infinity, absolutely of 46 infinity, absolutely of 47 infinity, absolutely of 48 infinity, absolutely of 49 infinity, absolutely of 4010 infinity, absolutely of 4015 infinity, absolutely of 4020 infinity, absolutely of 4030 infinity, absolutely of 4040 infinity, absolutely of 4050 infinity, absolutely of 4060 infinity, absolutely of 4070 infinity, absolutely of 4080 infinity, absolutely of 4090 infinity, absolutely of 4100 infinity, absolutely of 4200 infinity, absolutely of 4500 infinity, absolutely of 40,000 infinity, absolutely of 40,100,000 infinity, absolutely of 40 million infinity, absolutely of 40 billion infinity, absolutely of 40 trillion infinity, absolutely of 40 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 40 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 40 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 40 septillion infinity, absolutely of 40 octillion infinity, absolutely of 40 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 40 decillion infinity, absolutely of 40 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 40 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 40 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 40 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 40 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 40 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 40 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 40 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 40 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 40 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 40 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 40 gugol infinity, absolutely of 40 centillion infinity, absolutely of 40 gugolkime infinity, absolutely of 40 milillion infinity, absolutely of 40 merillion infinity, absolutely of 40 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 40 googolplex infinity, absolutely of 40 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 40 deca infinity, absolutely of 40 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 40 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 40 grams infinity, absolutely of 40 general infinity, absolutely of 40 iteral infinity, absolutely of 40 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 40 dimensional infinity, absolutely of 40 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 40 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 40 Rios infinity, absolutely of 40 infinite infinity, absolutely of 50 infinity, absolutely of 51 infinity, absolutely of 52 infinity, absolutely of 53 infinity, absolutely of 54 infinity, absolutely of 55 infinity, absolutely of 56 infinity, absolutely of 57 infinity, absolutely of 58 infinity, absolutely of 59 infinity, absolutely of 50-10 infinity, absolutely of 50-15 infinity, absolutely of 50-20 infinity, absolutely of 50-30 infinity, absolutely of 50-40 infinity, absolutely of 50-50 infinity, absolutely of 50-60 infinity, absolutely of 50-70 infinity, absolutely of 50-80 infinity, absolutely of 50-90 infinity, absolutely of 50-100 infinity, absolutely of 50-200 infinity, absolutely of 50-500 infinity, absolutely of 50,000 infinity, absolutely of 50-100,000 infinity, absolutely of 50 million infinity, absolutely of 50 billion infinity, absolutely of 50 trillion infinity, absolutely of 50 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 50 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 50 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 50 septillion infinity, absolutely of 50 octillion infinity, absolutely of 50 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 50 decillion infinity, absolutely of 50 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 50 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 50 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 50 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 50 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 50 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 50 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 50 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 50 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 50 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 50 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 50 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 50 centillion infinity, absolutely of 50 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 50 milillion infinity, absolutely of 50 merillion infinity, absolutely of 50 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 50 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 50 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 50 Decker infinity, absolutely of 50 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 50 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 50 grams infinity, absolutely of 50 general infinity, absolutely of 50 iteral infinity, absolutely of 50 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 50 dimensional infinity, absolutely of 50 tree, 3. Infinity, absolutely of 50 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 50 Rios infinity, absolutely of 50 infinite infinity, absolutely of 60 infinity, absolutely of 61 infinity, absolutely of 62 infinity, absolutely of 63 infinity, absolutely of 64 infinity, absolutely of 65 infinity, absolutely of 66 infinity, absolutely of 67 infinity, absolutely of 68 infinity, absolutely of 69 infinity, absolutely of 60-10 infinity, absolutely of 60-15 infinity, absolutely of 60-20 infinity, absolutely of 60-30 infinity, absolutely of 60-40 infinity, absolutely of 60-50 infinity, absolutely of 60-60 infinity, absolutely of 60-70 infinity, absolutely of 60-80 infinity, absolutely of 60-90 infinity, absolutely of 60-100 infinity, absolutely of 60-200 infinity, absolutely of 60-500 infinity, absolutely of 60,000 infinity, absolutely of 60-100,000 infinity, absolutely of 60 million infinity, absolutely of 60 billion infinity, absolutely of 60 trillion infinity, absolutely of 60 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 60 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 60 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 60 septillion infinity, absolutely of 60 octillion infinity, absolutely of 60 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 60 decillion infinity, absolutely of 60 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 60 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 60 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 60 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 60 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 60 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 60 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 60 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 60 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 60 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 60 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 60 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 60 centillion infinity, absolutely of 60 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 60 milillion infinity, absolutely of 60 merillion infinity, absolutely of 60 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 60 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 60 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 60 Decker infinity, absolutely of 60 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 60 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 60 grams infinity, absolutely of 60 general infinity, absolutely of 60 iteral infinity, absolutely of 60 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 60 dimensional infinity, absolutely of 60 tree, 3. Infinity, absolutely of 60 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 60 Rios infinity, absolutely of 60 infinite infinity. Absolutely of 70 infinity, absolutely of 71 infinity, absolutely of 72 infinity, absolutely of 73 infinity, absolutely of 74 infinity, absolutely of 75 infinity, absolutely of 76 infinity, absolutely of 77 infinity, absolutely of 78 infinity, absolutely of 79 infinity, absolutely of 70-10 infinity, absolutely of 70-15 infinity, absolutely of 70-20 infinity, absolutely of 70-30 infinity, absolutely of 70-40 infinity, absolutely of 70-50 infinity, absolutely of 70-60 infinity, absolutely of 70-70 infinity, absolutely of 70-80 infinity, absolutely of 70-90 infinity, absolutely of 70-100 infinity, absolutely of 70-200 infinity, absolutely of 70-500 infinity, absolutely of 70,000 infinity, absolutely of 70-100,000 infinity, absolutely of 70 million infinity, absolutely of 70 billion infinity, absolutely of 70 trillion infinity, absolutely of 70 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 70 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 70 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 70 septillion infinity, absolutely of 70 octillion infinity, absolutely of 70 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 70 decillion infinity, absolutely of 70 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 sextecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 70 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 70 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 70 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 70 centillion infinity, absolutely of 70 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 70 milillion infinity, absolutely of 70 merillion infinity, absolutely of 70 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 70 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 70 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 70 decker infinity, absolutely of 70 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 70 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 70 grams infinity, absolutely of 70 general infinity, absolutely of 70 iteral infinity, absolutely of 70 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 70 dimensional infinity, absolutely of 70 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 70 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 70 Rios infinity, absolutely of 70 infinite infinity, absolutely of 80 infinity, absolutely of 81 infinity, absolutely of 82 infinity, absolutely of 83 infinity, absolutely of 84 infinity, absolutely of 85 infinity, absolutely of 86 infinity, absolutely of 87 infinity, absolutely of 88 infinity, absolutely of 89 infinity, absolutely of 80-10 infinity, absolutely of 80-15 infinity, absolutely of 80-20 infinity, absolutely of 80-30 infinity, absolutely of 80-40 infinity, absolutely of 80-50 infinity, absolutely of 80-60 infinity, absolutely of 80-70 infinity, absolutely of 80-80 infinity, absolutely of 80-90 infinity, absolutely of 80-100 infinity, absolutely of 80-200 infinity, absolutely of 80-500 infinity, absolutely of 80,000 infinity, absolutely of 80-100,000 infinity, absolutely of 80 million infinity, absolutely of 80 billion infinity, absolutely of 80 trillion infinity, absolutely of 80 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 80 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 80 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 80 septillion infinity, absolutely of 80 octillion infinity, absolutely of 80 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 80 decillion infinity, absolutely of 80 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 sextecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 80 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 80 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 80 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 80 centillion infinity, absolutely of 80 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 80 milillion infinity, absolutely of 80 merillion infinity, absolutely of 80 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 80 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 80 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 80 decker infinity, absolutely of 80 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 80 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 80 grams infinity, absolutely of 80 general infinity, absolutely of 80 iteral infinity, absolutely of 80 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 80 dimensional infinity, absolutely of 80 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 80 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 80 Rios infinity, absolutely of 80 infinite infinity. Absolutely of 90 infinity, absolutely of 91 infinity, absolutely of 92 infinity, absolutely of 93 infinity, absolutely of 94 infinity, absolutely of 95 infinity, absolutely of 96 infinity, absolutely of 97 infinity, absolutely of 98 infinity, absolutely of 99 infinity, absolutely of 90-10 infinity, absolutely of 90-15 infinity, absolutely of 90-20 infinity, absolutely of 90-30 infinity, absolutely of 90-40 infinity, absolutely of 90-50 infinity, absolutely of 90-60 infinity, absolutely of 90-70 infinity, absolutely of 90-80 infinity, absolutely of 90-90 infinity, absolutely of 90-100 infinity, absolutely of 90-200 infinity, absolutely of 90-500 infinity, absolutely of 90,000 infinity, absolutely of 90-100,000 infinity, absolutely of 90 million infinity, absolutely of 90 billion infinity, absolutely of 90 trillion infinity, absolutely of 90 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 90 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 90 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 90 septillion infinity, absolutely of 90 octillion infinity, absolutely of 90 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 90 decillion infinity, absolutely of 90 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 90 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 90 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 90 quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of 90 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 90 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 90 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 90 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 90 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 90 bigentillion infinity, absolutely of 90 trigentillion infinity, absolutely of 90 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 90 centillion infinity, absolutely of 90 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 90 millillion infinity, absolutely of 90 merillion infinity, absolutely of 90 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 90 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 90 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 90 deca infinity, absolutely of 90 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 90 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 90 grams infinity, absolutely of 90 general infinity, absolutely of 90 iteral infinity, absolutely of 90 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 90 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 90 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 90 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 90 Rios infinity, absolutely of 90 infinite infinity. Absolutely all infinity, absolutely all 1 infinity, absolutely all 2 infinity, absolutely all 3 infinity, absolutely all 4 infinity, absolutely all 5 infinity, absolutely all 6 infinity, absolutely all 7 infinity, absolutely all 8 infinity, absolutely all 9 infinity, absolutely all 10 infinity, absolutely all 15 infinity, absolutely all 20 infinity, absolutely all 30 infinity, absolutely all 40 infinity, absolutely all 50 infinity, absolutely all 60 infinity, absolutely all 70 infinity, absolutely all 80 infinity, absolutely all 90 infinity, absolutely all 100 infinity, absolutely all 200 infinity, absolutely all 500 infinity, absolutely all 1000 infinity, absolutely all 100,000 infinity, absolutely all million infinity, absolutely all billion infinity, absolutely all trillion infinity, absolutely all quadrillion infinity, absolutely all quintillion infinity, absolutely all sextillion infinity, absolutely all septillion infinity, absolutely all octillion infinity, absolutely all nonillion infinity, absolutely all decillion infinity, absolutely all undecillion infinity, absolutely all duodecillion infinity, absolutely all tridecillion infinity, absolutely all quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely all quindecillion infinity, absolutely all sextillion infinity, absolutely all septendecillion infinity, absolutely all octodecillion infinity, absolutely all novemdecillion infinity, absolutely all vigentillion infinity, absolutely all trigentillion infinity, absolutely all Giggol infinity, absolutely all centillion infinity, absolutely all Giggolkime infinity, absolutely all millillion infinity, absolutely all merillion infinity, absolutely all micrillion infinity, absolutely all Giggolplex infinity, absolutely all tetralog infinity, absolutely all deca infinity, absolutely all tridecal infinity, absolutely all Bugol infinity, absolutely all grams infinity, absolutely all general infinity, absolutely all iteral infinity, absolutely all Zappel infinity, absolutely all dimendical infinity, absolutely all tree, 3, infinity, absolutely all SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely all Rios infinity, absolutely all infinite infinity. Absolutely of 200 infinity, absolutely of 201 infinity, absolutely of 202 infinity, absolutely of 203 infinity, absolutely of 204 infinity, absolutely of 205 infinity, absolutely of 206 infinity, absolutely of 207 infinity, absolutely of 208 infinity, absolutely of 209 infinity, absolutely of 210 infinity, absolutely of 215 infinity, absolutely of 220 infinity, absolutely of 230 infinity, absolutely of 240 infinity, absolutely of 250 infinity, absolutely of 260 infinity, absolutely of 270 infinity, absolutely of 280 infinity, absolutely of 290 infinity, absolutely of 100 infinity, absolutely of 200 infinity, absolutely of 500 infinity, absolutely of 200,000 infinity, absolutely of 100,000 infinity, absolutely of 200 million infinity, absolutely of 200 billion infinity, absolutely of 200 trillion infinity, absolutely of 200 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 200 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 200 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 200 septillion infinity, absolutely of 200 octillion infinity, absolutely of 200 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 200 decillion infinity, absolutely of 200 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 sextecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 200 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 200 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 200 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 200 centillion infinity, absolutely of 200 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 200 millillion infinity, absolutely of 200 merillion infinity, absolutely of 200 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 200 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 200 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 200 Decker infinity, absolutely of 200 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 200 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 200 grams infinity, absolutely of 200 general infinity, absolutely of 200 iteral infinity, absolutely of 200 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 200 dimendical infinity, absolutely of 200 tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 200 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 200 Rios infinity, absolutely of 200 infinite. Infinity. Absolutely of 500 infinity, absolutely of 501 infinity, absolutely of 502 infinity, absolutely of 503 infinity, absolutely of 504 infinity, absolutely of 505 infinity, absolutely of 506 infinity, absolutely of 507 infinity, absolutely of 508 infinity, absolutely of 509 infinity, absolutely of 510 infinity, absolutely of 515 infinity, absolutely of 520 infinity, absolutely of 530 infinity, absolutely of 540 infinity, absolutely of 550 infinity, absolutely of 560 infinity, absolutely of 570 infinity, absolutely of 580 infinity, absolutely of 590 infinity, absolutely of 500 100 infinity, absolutely of 500 200 infinity, absolutely of 500 500 infinity, absolutely of 500,000 infinity, absolutely of 500 100,000 infinity, absolutely of 500 million infinity, absolutely of 500 billion infinity, absolutely of 500 trillion infinity, absolutely of 500 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 500 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 500 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 500 septillion infinity, absolutely of 500 octillion infinity, absolutely of 500 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 500 decillion infinity, absolutely of 500 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 sextecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 500 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 500 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 500 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 500 centillion infinity, absolutely of 500 Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of 500 millillion infinity, absolutely of 500 merillion infinity, absolutely of 500 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 500 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 500 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 500 Decker infinity, absolutely of 500 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 500 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 500 grams infinity, absolutely of 500 general infinity, absolutely of 500 iteral infinity, absolutely of 500 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 500 Dimendical infinity, absolutely of 500 Tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 500 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 500 Rios infinity, absolutely of 500 infinite infinity, absolutely of 1000 infinity, absolutely of 1001 infinity, absolutely of 1002 infinity, absolutely of 1003 infinity, absolutely of 1004 infinity, absolutely of 1005 infinity, absolutely of 1006 infinity, absolutely of 1007 infinity, absolutely of 1008 infinity, absolutely of 1009 infinity, absolutely of 1010 infinity, absolutely of 1015 infinity, absolutely of 1020 infinity, absolutely of 1030 infinity, absolutely of 1040 infinity, absolutely of 1050 infinity, absolutely of 1060 infinity, absolutely of 1070 infinity, absolutely of 1080 infinity, absolutely of 1090 infinity, absolutely of 1100 infinity, absolutely of 1200 infinity, absolutely of 1500 infinity, absolutely of 1000 infinity, absolutely of 1,000 infinity, absolutely of 1,000 million infinity, absolutely of 1,000 billion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 trillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 quadrillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 quintillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 sextillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 septillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 octillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 nonillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 decillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 undecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 duodecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 tridecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 quindecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 sextecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 septendecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 octodecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 vigintillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 trigintillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Giggol infinity, absolutely of 1,000 centillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of 1,000 milillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 merillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 micrillion infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of 1,000 tetralog infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Decker infinity, absolutely of 1,000 tridecal infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Bugol infinity, absolutely of 1,000 grams infinity, absolutely of 1,000 general infinity, absolutely of 1,000 iteral infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Zappel infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Dimendical infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of 1,000 SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of 1,000 Rios infinity, absolutely of 1,000 infinite infinity, absolutely of million infinity, absolutely of million 1 infinity, absolutely of million 2 infinity, absolutely of million 3 infinity, absolutely of million 4 infinity, absolutely of million 5 infinity, absolutely of million 6 infinity, absolutely of million 7 infinity, absolutely of million 8 infinity, absolutely of million 9 infinity, absolutely of million 10 infinity, absolutely of million 15 infinity, absolutely of million 20 infinity, absolutely of million 30 infinity, absolutely of million 40 infinity, absolutely of million 50 infinity, absolutely of million 60 infinity, absolutely of million 70 infinity, absolutely of million 80 infinity, absolutely of million 90 infinity, absolutely of million 100 infinity, absolutely of million 200 infinity, absolutely of million 500 infinity, absolutely of million 1,000 infinity, absolutely of million 100,000 infinity, absolutely of million infinity, absolutely of million billion infinity, absolutely of million trillion infinity, absolutely of million quadrillion infinity, absolutely of million quintillion infinity, absolutely of million sextillion infinity, absolutely of million septillion infinity, absolutely of million octillion infinity, absolutely of million nonillion infinity, absolutely of million decillion infinity, absolutely of million undecillion infinity, absolutely of million duodecillion infinity, absolutely of million tridecillion infinity, absolutely of million quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of million quindecillion infinity, absolutely of million sextecillion infinity, absolutely of million septendecillion infinity, absolutely of million octodecillion infinity, absolutely of million novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of million vigintillion infinity, absolutely of million trigintillion infinity, absolutely of million Giggol infinity, absolutely of million centillion infinity, absolutely of million Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of million milillion infinity, absolutely of million merillion infinity, absolutely of million micrillion infinity, absolutely of million Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of million tetralog infinity, absolutely of million Decker infinity, absolutely of million tridecal infinity, absolutely of million Bugol infinity, absolutely of million grams infinity, absolutely of million general infinity, absolutely of million iteral infinity, absolutely of million Zappel infinity, absolutely of million dimensional infinity, absolutely of million tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of million SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of million Rios infinity, absolutely of million infinite infinity. Absolutely of billion infinity, absolutely of billion 1 infinity, absolutely of billion 2 infinity, absolutely of billion 3 infinity, absolutely of billion 4 infinity, absolutely of billion 5 infinity, absolutely of billion 6 infinity, absolutely of billion 7 infinity, absolutely of billion 8 infinity, absolutely of billion 9 infinity, absolutely of billion 10 infinity, absolutely of billion 15 infinity, absolutely of billion 20 infinity, absolutely of billion 30 infinity, absolutely of billion 40 infinity, absolutely of billion 50 infinity, absolutely of billion 60 infinity, absolutely of billion 70 infinity, absolutely of billion 80 infinity, absolutely of billion 90 infinity, absolutely of billion 100 infinity, absolutely of billion 200 infinity, absolutely of billion 500 infinity, absolutely of billion 1000 infinity, absolutely of billion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of billion million infinity, absolutely of billion billion infinity, absolutely of billion trillion infinity, absolutely of billion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of billion quintillion infinity, absolutely of billion sextillion infinity, absolutely of billion septillion infinity, absolutely of billion octillion infinity, absolutely of billion nonillion infinity, absolutely of billion decillion infinity, absolutely of billion undecillion infinity, absolutely of billion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of billion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of billion quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of billion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of billion sextillion infinity, absolutely of billion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of billion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of billion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of billion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of billion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of billion Giggol infinity, absolutely of billion centillion infinity, absolutely of billion Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of billion milillion infinity, absolutely of billion merillion infinity, absolutely of billion micrillion infinity, absolutely of billion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of billion tetralog infinity, absolutely of billion decker infinity, absolutely of billion tridecal infinity, absolutely of billion Bugol infinity, absolutely of billion grams infinity, absolutely of billion general infinity, absolutely of billion iteral infinity, absolutely of billion Zappel infinity, absolutely of billion dimensional infinity, absolutely of billion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of billion SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of billion Rios infinity, absolutely of billion infinite infinity, absolutely of trillion infinity, absolutely of trillion 1 infinity, absolutely of trillion 2 infinity, absolutely of trillion 3 infinity, absolutely of trillion 4 infinity, absolutely of trillion 5 infinity, absolutely of trillion 6 infinity, absolutely of trillion 7 infinity, absolutely of trillion 8 infinity, absolutely of trillion 9 infinity, absolutely of trillion 10 infinity, absolutely of trillion 15 infinity, absolutely of trillion 20 infinity, absolutely of trillion 30 infinity, absolutely of trillion 40 infinity, absolutely of trillion 50 infinity, absolutely of trillion 60 infinity, absolutely of trillion 70 infinity, absolutely of trillion 80 infinity, absolutely of trillion 90 infinity, absolutely of trillion 100 infinity, absolutely of trillion 200 infinity, absolutely of trillion 500 infinity, absolutely of trillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of trillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of trillion million infinity, absolutely of trillion billion infinity, absolutely of trillion trillion infinity, absolutely of trillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of trillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of trillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of trillion septillion infinity, absolutely of trillion octillion infinity, absolutely of trillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of trillion decillion infinity, absolutely of trillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of trillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of trillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of trillion quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of trillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of trillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of trillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of trillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of trillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of trillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of trillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of trillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of trillion centillion infinity, absolutely of trillion Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of trillion milillion infinity, absolutely of trillion merillion infinity, absolutely of trillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of trillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of trillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of trillion decker infinity, absolutely of trillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of trillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of trillion grams infinity, absolutely of trillion general infinity, absolutely of trillion iteral infinity, absolutely of trillion zappel infinity, absolutely of trillion dimensional infinity, absolutely of trillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of trillion SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of trillion Rios infinity, absolutely of trillion infinite infinity, absolutely of quadrillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 1 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 2 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 3 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 4 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 5 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 6 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 7 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 8 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 9 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 10 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 15 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 20 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 30 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 40 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 50 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 60 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 70 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 80 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 90 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 100 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 200 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 500 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion thousand infinity, absolutely of quadrillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of quadrillion million infinity, absolutely of quadrillion billion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion trillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion septillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion octillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion decillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion sextecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion bigentillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion trigentillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of quadrillion centillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of quadrillion milillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion marillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of quadrillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of quadrillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of quadrillion Decker infinity, absolutely of quadrillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of quadrillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of quadrillion grams infinity, absolutely of quadrillion general infinity, absolutely of quadrillion iteral infinity, absolutely of quadrillion zappel infinity, absolutely of quadrillion dimensional infinity, absolutely of quadrillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of quadrillion SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of quadrillion Rios infinity, absolutely of quadrillion infinite infinity, absolutely of quintillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion 1 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 2 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 3 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 4 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 5 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 6 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 7 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 8 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 9 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 10 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 15 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 20 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 30 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 40 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 50 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 60 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 70 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 80 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 90 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 100 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 200 infinity, absolutely of quintillion 500 infinity, absolutely of quintillion thousand infinity, absolutely of quintillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of quintillion million infinity, absolutely of quintillion billion infinity, absolutely of quintillion trillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion septillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion octillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion decillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion sextecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion bigentillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion trigentillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of quintillion centillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of quintillion millillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion merillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of quintillion googolplex infinity, absolutely of quintillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of quintillion decker infinity, absolutely of quintillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of quintillion bugol infinity, absolutely of quintillion grams infinity, absolutely of quintillion general infinity, absolutely of quintillion iteral infinity, absolutely of quintillion zappel infinity, absolutely of quintillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of quintillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of quintillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of quintillion rios infinity, absolutely of quintillion infinite. Infinity. Absolutely of sextillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion 1 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 2 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 3 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 4 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 5 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 6 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 7 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 8 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 9 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 10 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 15 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 20 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 30 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 40 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 50 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 60 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 70 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 80 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 90 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 100 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 200 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 500 infinity, absolutely of sextillion 1000. Infinity, absolutely of sextillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of sextillion million infinity, absolutely of sextillion billion infinity, absolutely of sextillion trillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion septillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion octillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion decillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion sexdecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of sextillion centillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of sextillion millillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion merillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of sextillion googolplex infinity, absolutely of sextillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of sextillion decker infinity, absolutely of sextillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of sextillion bugol infinity, absolutely of sextillion grams infinity, absolutely of sextillion general infinity, absolutely of sextillion iteral infinity, absolutely of sextillion zappel infinity, absolutely of sextillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of sextillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of sextillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of sextillion rios infinity, absolutely of sextillion infinite infinity, absolutely of septillion infinity, absolutely of septillion 1 infinity, absolutely of septillion 2 infinity, absolutely of septillion 3 infinity, absolutely of septillion 4 infinity, absolutely of septillion 5 infinity, absolutely of septillion 6 infinity, absolutely of septillion 7 infinity, absolutely of septillion 8 infinity, absolutely of septillion 9 infinity, absolutely of septillion 10 infinity, absolutely of septillion 15 infinity, absolutely of septillion 20 infinity, absolutely of septillion 30 infinity, absolutely of septillion 40 infinity, absolutely of septillion 50 infinity, absolutely of septillion 60 infinity, absolutely of septillion 70 infinity, absolutely of septillion 80 infinity, absolutely of septillion 90 infinity, absolutely of septillion 100 infinity, absolutely of septillion 200 infinity, absolutely of septillion 500 infinity, absolutely of septillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of septillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of septillion million infinity, absolutely of septillion billion infinity, absolutely of septillion trillion infinity, absolutely of septillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of septillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of septillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of septillion septillion infinity, absolutely of septillion octillion infinity, absolutely of septillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of septillion decillion infinity, absolutely of septillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of septillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of septillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of septillion quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of septillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of septillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of septillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of septillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of septillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of septillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of septillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of septillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of septillion centillion infinity, absolutely of septillion Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of septillion milillion infinity, absolutely of septillion merillion infinity, absolutely of septillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of septillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of septillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of septillion decker infinity, absolutely of septillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of septillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of septillion grams infinity, absolutely of septillion general infinity, absolutely of septillion iteral infinity, absolutely of septillion zappel infinity, absolutely of septillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of septillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of septillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of septillion Rios infinity, absolutely of septillion infinite infinity, absolutely of octillion infinity, absolutely of octillion 1 infinity, absolutely of octillion 2 infinity, absolutely of octillion 3 infinity, absolutely of octillion 4 infinity, absolutely of octillion 5 infinity, absolutely of octillion 6 infinity, absolutely of octillion 7 infinity, absolutely of octillion 8 infinity, absolutely of octillion 9 infinity, absolutely of octillion 10 infinity, absolutely of octillion 15 infinity, absolutely of octillion 20 infinity, absolutely of octillion 30 infinity, absolutely of octillion 40 infinity, absolutely of octillion 50 infinity, absolutely of octillion 60 infinity, absolutely of octillion 70 infinity, absolutely of octillion 80 infinity, absolutely of octillion ninety infinity, absolutely of octillion 100 infinity, absolutely of octillion 200 infinity, absolutely of octillion 500 infinity, absolutely of octillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of octillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of octillion million infinity, absolutely of octillion billion infinity, absolutely of octillion trillion infinity, absolutely of octillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of octillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of octillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of octillion septillion infinity, absolutely of octillion octillion infinity, absolutely of octillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of octillion decillion infinity, absolutely of octillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of octillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of octillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of octillion quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of octillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of octillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of octillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of octillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of octillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of octillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of octillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of octillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of octillion centillion infinity, absolutely of octillion Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely of octillion milillion infinity, absolutely of octillion merillion infinity, absolutely of octillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of octillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of octillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of octillion decker infinity, absolutely of octillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of octillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of octillion grams infinity, absolutely of octillion general infinity, absolutely of octillion iteral infinity, absolutely of octillion zappel infinity, absolutely of octillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of octillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of octillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of octillion Rios infinity, absolutely of octillion infinite infinity, absolutely of nonillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion 1 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 2 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 3 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 4 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 5 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 6 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 7 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 8 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 9 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 10 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 15 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 20 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 30 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 40 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 50 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 60 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 70 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 80 infinity, absolutely of nonillion ninety infinity, absolutely of nonillion 100 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 200 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 500 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of nonillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of nonillion million infinity, absolutely of nonillion billion infinity, absolutely of nonillion trillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion septillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion octillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion decillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion sextecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of nonillion centillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of nonillion milillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion merillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of nonillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of nonillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of nonillion decker infinity, absolutely of nonillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of nonillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of nonillion grams infinity, absolutely of nonillion general infinity, absolutely of nonillion iteral infinity, absolutely of nonillion zappel infinity, absolutely of nonillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of nonillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of nonillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of nonillion Rios infinity, absolutely of nonillion infinite infinity, absolutely of decillion infinity, absolutely of decillion 1 infinity, absolutely of decillion 2 infinity, absolutely of decillion 3 infinity, absolutely of decillion 4 infinity, absolutely of decillion 5 infinity, absolutely of decillion 6 infinity, absolutely of decillion 7 infinity, absolutely of decillion 8 infinity, absolutely of decillion 9 infinity, absolutely of decillion 10 infinity, absolutely of decillion 15 infinity, absolutely of decillion 20 infinity, absolutely of decillion 30 infinity, absolutely of decillion 40 infinity, absolutely of decillion 50 infinity, absolutely of decillion 60 infinity, absolutely of decillion 70 infinity, absolutely of decillion 80 infinity, absolutely of decillion 90 infinity, absolutely of decillion 100 infinity, absolutely of decillion 200 infinity, absolutely of decillion 500 infinity, absolutely of decillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of decillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of decillion million infinity, absolutely of decillion billion infinity, absolutely of decillion trillion infinity, absolutely of decillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of decillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of decillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of decillion septillion infinity, absolutely of decillion octillion infinity, absolutely of decillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of decillion infinity, absolutely of decillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion sextecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of decillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of decillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of decillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of decillion centillion infinity, absolutely of decillion Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of decillion milillion infinity, absolutely of decillion merillion infinity, absolutely of decillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of decillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of decillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of decillion decker infinity, absolutely of decillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of decillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of decillion grams infinity, absolutely of decillion general infinity, absolutely of decillion iteral infinity, absolutely of decillion zappel infinity, absolutely of decillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of decillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of decillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of decillion Rios infinity, absolutely of decillion infinite infinity, absolutely of undecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion 1 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 2 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 3 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 4 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 5 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 6 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 7 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 8 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 9 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 10 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 15 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 20 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 30 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 40 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 50 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 60 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 70 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 80 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 90 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 100 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 200 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 500 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of undecillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of undecillion million infinity, absolutely of undecillion billion infinity, absolutely of undecillion trillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion septillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion octillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion decillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion sextecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of undecillion centillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of undecillion milillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion merillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of undecillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of undecillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of undecillion Decker infinity, absolutely of undecillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of undecillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of undecillion grams infinity, absolutely of undecillion general infinity, absolutely of undecillion iteral infinity, absolutely of undecillion zappel infinity, absolutely of undecillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of undecillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of undecillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of undecillion Rios infinity, absolutely of undecillion infinite infinity, absolutely of duodecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 1 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 2 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 3 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 4 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 5 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 6 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 7 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 8 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 9 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 10 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 15 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 20 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 30 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 40 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 50 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 60 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 70 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 80 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 90 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 100 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 200 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 500 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of duodecillion million infinity, absolutely of duodecillion billion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion trillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion septillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion octillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion decillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion sextecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of duodecillion centillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of duodecillion milillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion merillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of duodecillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of duodecillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of duodecillion Decker infinity, absolutely of duodecillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of duodecillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of duodecillion grams infinity, absolutely of duodecillion general infinity, absolutely of duodecillion iteral infinity, absolutely of duodecillion zappel infinity, absolutely of duodecillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of duodecillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of duodecillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of duodecillion Rios infinity, absolutely of duodecillion infinite infinity. Absolutely of vigintillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 1 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 2 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 3 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 4 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 5 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 6 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 7 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 8 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 9 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 10 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 15 infinity. Absolutely of vigintillion 20 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 30 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 40 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 50 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 60 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 70 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 80 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 90 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 100 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 200 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 500 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of vigintillion million infinity, absolutely of vigintillion billion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion trillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion septillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion octillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion decillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion sextecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion trigintillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of vigintillion centillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of vigintillion milillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion merillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion micrillion infinity, absolutely of vigintillion Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of vigintillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of vigintillion decker infinity, absolutely of vigintillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of vigintillion Bugol infinity, absolutely of vigintillion grams infinity, absolutely of vigintillion general infinity, absolutely of vigintillion iteral infinity, absolutely of vigintillion zappel infinity, absolutely of vigintillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of vigintillion tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of vigintillion sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of vigintillion Rios infinity, absolutely of vigintillion infinite infinity, absolutely of trigintillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 1 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 2 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 3 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 4 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 5 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 6 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 7 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 8 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 9 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 10 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 15 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 20 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 30 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 40 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 50 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 60 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 70 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 80 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 90 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 100 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 200 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 500 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 1000 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 100,000 infinity, absolutely of trigintillion million infinity, absolutely of trigintillion billion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion trillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion quadrillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion quintillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion sextillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion septillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion octillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion nonillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion decillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion undecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion duodecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion tridecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion quindecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion sextecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion septendecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion octodecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion vigintillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion Giggol infinity, absolutely of trigintillion centillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion Giggolkime infinity, Absolutely of trigintillion millillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion merillion infinity, absolutely of trigintillion micrillion infinity. Absolutely of trigintillion googolplex infinity, absolutely of trigintillion tetralog infinity, absolutely of trigintillion decker infinity, absolutely of trigintillion tridecal infinity, absolutely of trigintillion bugol infinity, absolutely of trigintillion grams infinity, absolutely of trigintillion general infinity, absolutely of trigintillion iteral infinity, absolutely of trigintillion zappel infinity, absolutely of trigintillion dimendical infinity, absolutely of trigintillion 3, infinity, absolutely of trigintillion SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of trigintillion Rios infinity, absolutely of trigintillion infinite infinity. Absolutely everything infinity, absolutely everything 1 infinity, absolutely everything 2 infinity, absolutely everything 3 infinity, absolutely everything 4 infinity, absolutely everything 5 infinity, absolutely everything 6 infinity, absolutely everything 7 infinity, absolutely everything 8 infinity, absolutely everything 9 infinity, absolutely everything 10 infinity, absolutely everything 15 infinity, absolutely everything 20 infinity, absolutely everything 30 infinity, absolutely everything 40 infinity, absolutely everything 50 infinity, absolutely everything 60 infinity, absolutely everything 70 infinity, absolutely everything 80 infinity, absolutely everything 90 infinity, absolutely everything 100 infinity, absolutely everything 200 infinity, absolutely everything 500 infinity, absolutely everything 1000 infinity, absolutely everything 100,000 infinity, absolutely everything million infinity, absolutely everything billion infinity, absolutely everything trillion infinity, absolutely everything quadrillion infinity, absolutely everything quintillion infinity, absolutely everything sextillion infinity, absolutely everything septillion infinity, absolutely everything octillion infinity, absolutely everything nonillion infinity, absolutely everything decillion infinity, absolutely everything undecillion infinity, absolutely everything duodecillion infinity. Absolutely everything tridecillion infinity, absolutely everything quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely everything quindecillion infinity, absolutely everything sextecillion infinity, absolutely everything septendecillion infinity, absolutely everything octodecillion infinity, absolutely everything novemdecillion infinity, absolutely everything bigentillion infinity, absolutely everything trigentillion infinity, absolutely everything Giggol infinity, absolutely everything centillion infinity. Absolutely everything Giggolkheim infinity, absolutely everything millillion infinity, absolutely everything merillion infinity, absolutely everything micrillion infinity, absolutely everything googolplex infinity, absolutely everything tetralog infinity, absolutely everything decker infinity, absolutely everything tridecal infinity, absolutely everything bugol infinity, absolutely everything grams infinity, absolutely everything general infinity, absolutely everything iteral infinity. Absolutely everything zappel infinity, absolutely everything dimendical infinity, absolutely everything 3, infinity, absolutely everything SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely everything Rios infinity, absolutely everything infinite infinity. Absolutely of googolplex infinity, absolutely of googolplex 1 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 2 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 3 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 4 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 5 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 6 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 7 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 8 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 9 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 10 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 15 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 20 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 30 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 40 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 50 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 60 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 70 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 80 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 90 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 100 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 200 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 500 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 1000 infinity, absolutely of googolplex 100,000 infinity, absolutely of googolplex million infinity, absolutely of googolplex billion infinity, absolutely of googolplex trillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex quadrillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex quintillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex sextillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex septillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex octillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex nonillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex decillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex undecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex duodecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex tridecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex quindecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex sextecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex septendecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex octodecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of googolplex Vigintillion infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex trigintillion infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex Giggol infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex centillion infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex milillion infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex merillion infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex micrillion infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex tetralog infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex decker infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex tridecal infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex Bugol infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex grams infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex general infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex iteral infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex Zappel infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex dimendical infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex Rios infinity, absolutely of Giggolplex infinite infinity, absolutely of Decker infinity, absolutely of Decker 1 infinity, absolutely of Decker 2 infinity, absolutely of Decker 3 infinity, absolutely of Decker 4 infinity, absolutely of Decker 5 infinity, absolutely of Decker 6 infinity, absolutely of Decker 7 infinity, absolutely of Decker 8 infinity, absolutely of Decker 9 infinity, absolutely of Decker 10 infinity, absolutely of Decker 15 infinity, absolutely of Decker 20 infinity, absolutely of Decker 30 infinity, absolutely of Decker 40 infinity, absolutely of Decker 50 infinity, absolutely of Decker 60 infinity, absolutely of Decker 70 infinity, absolutely of Decker 80 infinity, absolutely of Decker 90 infinity, absolutely of Decker 100 infinity, absolutely of Decker 200 infinity, absolutely of Decker 500 infinity, absolutely of Decker 1000 infinity, absolutely of Decker 100,000 infinity, absolutely of Decker million infinity, absolutely of Decker billion infinity, absolutely of Decker trillion infinity, absolutely of Decker quadrillion infinity, absolutely of Decker quintillion infinity, absolutely of Decker sextillion infinity, absolutely of Decker septillion infinity, absolutely of Decker octillion infinity, absolutely of Decker nonillion infinity, absolutely of Decker decillion infinity, absolutely of Decker undecillion infinity, absolutely of Decker duodecillion infinity, absolutely of Decker tridecillion infinity, absolutely of Decker quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of Decker quindecillion infinity, absolutely of Decker sextillion infinity, absolutely of Decker septendecillion infinity, absolutely of Decker octodecillion infinity, absolutely of Decker novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of Decker vigintillion infinity, absolutely of Decker trigintillion infinity, absolutely of Decker Giggol infinity, absolutely of Decker centillion infinity, absolutely of Decker Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of Decker milillion infinity, absolutely of Decker merillion infinity, absolutely of Decker micrillion infinity, absolutely of Decker Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of Decker tetralog infinity, absolutely of Decker infinity, absolutely of Decker tridecal infinity, absolutely of Decker Bugol infinity, absolutely of Decker grams infinity, absolutely of Decker general infinity, absolutely of Decker iteral infinity, absolutely of Decker Zappel infinity, absolutely of Decker dimendical infinity, absolutely of Decker tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of Decker SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of Decker Rios infinity, absolutely of Decker infinite infinity, absolutely of Giggol infinity, absolutely of Giggol 1 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 2 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 3 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 4 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 5 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 6 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 7 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 8 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 9 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 10 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 15 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 20 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 30 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 40 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 50 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 60 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 70 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 80 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 90 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 100 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 200 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 500 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 1000 infinity, absolutely of Giggol 100,000 infinity, absolutely of Giggol million infinity, absolutely of Giggol billion infinity, absolutely of Giggol trillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol quadrillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol quintillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol sextillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol septillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol octillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol nonillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol decillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol undecillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol duodecillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol tridecillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol quadriordecillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol quindecillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol sextillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol septendecillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol octodecillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol vigintillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol trigintillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol Giggol infinity, absolutely of Giggol centillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol Giggolkime infinity. Absolutely of Giggol millillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol merillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol micrillion infinity, absolutely of Giggol Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of Giggol tetralog infinity, absolutely of Giggol decker infinity, absolutely of Giggol tridecal infinity, absolutely of Giggol Bugal infinity, absolutely of Giggol grams infinity, absolutely of Giggol general infinity, absolutely of Giggol iteral infinity, absolutely of Giggol zappel infinity, absolutely of Giggol dimendical infinity, absolutely of Giggol tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of Giggol SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of Giggol Rios infinity, absolutely of Giggol infinite infinity. Absolutely of Gaggle infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 1 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 2 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 3 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 4 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 5 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 6 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 7 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 8 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 9 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 10 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 15 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 20 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 30 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 40 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 50 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 60 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 70 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 80 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 90 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 100 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 200 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 500 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 1000 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle 100,000 infinity, absolutely of Gaggle million infinity, absolutely of Gaggle billion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle trillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle quadrillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle quintillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle sextillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle septillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle octillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle nonillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle decillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle undecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle duodecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle tridecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle quindecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle sextecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle septendecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle octodecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle vigintillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle trigintillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle Giggol infinity, absolutely of Gaggle centillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of Gaggle millillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle merillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle micrillion infinity, absolutely of Gaggle Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of Gaggle tetralog infinity, absolutely of Gaggle decker infinity, absolutely of Gaggle tridecal infinity, absolutely of Gaggle Bugal infinity, absolutely of Gaggle grams infinity, absolutely of Gaggle general infinity, absolutely of Gaggle iteral infinity, absolutely of Gaggle zappel infinity, absolutely of Gaggle dimendical infinity, absolutely of Gaggle tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of Gaggle SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of Gaggle Rios infinity, absolutely of Gaggle infinite infinity, absolutely of tridecal infinity, absolutely of tridecal 1 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 2 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 3 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 4 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 5 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 6 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 7 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 8 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 9 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 10 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 15 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 20 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 30 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 40 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 50 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 60 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 70 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 80 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 90 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 100 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 200 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 500 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 1000 infinity, absolutely of tridecal 100,000 infinity, absolutely of tridecal million infinity, absolutely of tridecal billion infinity, absolutely of tridecal trillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal quadrillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal quintillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal sextillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal septillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal octillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal nonillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal decillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal undecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal duodecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal tridecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal quindecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal sextecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal septendecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal octodecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal vigintillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal trigintillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal Giggol infinity, absolutely of tridecal centillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of tridecal milillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal merillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal micrillion infinity, absolutely of tridecal Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of tridecal tetralog infinity, absolutely of tridecal Decker infinity, absolutely of tridecal infinity, absolutely of tridecal Bugol infinity, absolutely of tridecal grams infinity, absolutely of tridecal general infinity, absolutely of tridecal iteral infinity, absolutely of tridecal zappel infinity, absolutely of tridecal dimendical infinity, absolutely of tridecal tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of tridecal sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely of tridecal rios infinity, absolutely of tridecal infinite infinity, absolutely impossible infinity, absolutely impossible 1 infinity, absolutely impossible 2 infinity, absolutely impossible 3 infinity, absolutely impossible 4 infinity, absolutely impossible 5 infinity, absolutely impossible 6 infinity, absolutely impossible 7 infinity, absolutely impossible 8 infinity, absolutely impossible 9 infinity, absolutely impossible 10 infinity, absolutely impossible 15 infinity, absolutely impossible 20 infinity, absolutely impossible 30 infinity, absolutely impossible 40 infinity, absolutely impossible 50 infinity, absolutely impossible 60 infinity, absolutely impossible 70 infinity, absolutely impossible 80 infinity, absolutely impossible 90 infinity, absolutely impossible 100 infinity, absolutely impossible 200 infinity, absolutely impossible 500 infinity, absolutely impossible 1000 infinity, absolutely impossible 100,000 infinity, absolutely impossible million infinity, absolutely impossible billion infinity, absolutely impossible trillion infinity, absolutely impossible quadrillion infinity, absolutely impossible quintillion infinity, absolutely impossible sextillion infinity, absolutely impossible septillion infinity, absolutely impossible octillion infinity, absolutely impossible nonillion infinity, absolutely impossible decillion infinity, absolutely impossible undecillion infinity, absolutely impossible duodecillion infinity, absolutely impossible tridecillion infinity, absolutely impossible quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely impossible quindecillion infinity, absolutely impossible sextecillion infinity, absolutely impossible septendecillion infinity, absolutely impossible octodecillion infinity, absolutely impossible novemdecillion infinity, absolutely impossible vigintillion infinity, absolutely impossible trigintillion infinity, absolutely impossible Giggol infinity, absolutely impossible centillion infinity, absolutely impossible Giggolkime infinity, absolutely impossible milillion infinity, absolutely impossible merillion infinity, absolutely impossible micrillion infinity, absolutely impossible Giggolplex infinity, absolutely impossible tetralog infinity, absolutely impossible Decker infinity, absolutely impossible tridecal infinity, absolutely impossible Bugol infinity, absolutely impossible grams infinity, absolutely impossible general infinity, absolutely impossible iteral infinity, absolutely impossible zappel infinity, absolutely impossible dimendical infinity, absolutely impossible tree, 3, infinity, absolutely impossible sscg, 3, infinity, absolutely impossible rios infinity, absolutely impossible infinite infinity, absolutely supreme infinity, absolutely supreme 1 infinity, absolutely supreme 2 infinity, absolutely supreme 3 infinity, absolutely supreme 4 infinity, absolutely supreme 5 infinity, absolutely supreme 6 infinity, absolutely supreme 7 infinity, absolutely supreme 8 infinity, absolutely supreme 9 infinity, absolutely supreme 10 infinity, absolutely supreme 15 infinity, absolutely supreme 20 infinity, absolutely supreme 30 infinity, absolutely supreme 40 infinity, absolutely supreme 50 infinity, absolutely supreme 60 infinity, absolutely supreme 70 infinity, absolutely supreme 80 infinity, absolutely supreme 90 infinity, absolutely supreme 100 infinity, absolutely supreme 200 infinity, absolutely supreme 500 infinity, absolutely supreme 1000 infinity, absolutely supreme 100,000 infinity, absolutely supreme million infinity, absolutely supreme billion infinity, absolutely supreme trillion infinity, absolutely supreme quadrillion infinity, absolutely supreme quintillion infinity, absolutely supreme sextillion infinity, absolutely supreme septillion infinity, absolutely supreme octillion infinity, absolutely supreme nonillion infinity, absolutely supreme decillion infinity, absolutely supreme undecillion infinity, absolutely supreme duodecillion infinity, absolutely supreme tridecillion infinity, absolutely supreme quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely supreme quindecillion infinity, absolutely supreme sextillion infinity, absolutely supreme septendecillion infinity, absolutely supreme octodecillion infinity, absolutely supreme novemdecillion infinity, absolutely supreme bigentillion infinity, absolutely supreme trigentillion infinity, absolutely supreme Giggol infinity, absolutely supreme centillion infinity, absolutely supreme Giggolkime infinity, absolutely supreme millillion infinity, absolutely supreme merillion infinity, absolutely supreme micrillion infinity, absolutely supreme Giggolplex infinity, absolutely supreme tetralog infinity, absolutely supreme decker infinity, absolutely supreme tridecal infinity, absolutely supreme Bugol infinity, absolutely supreme grams infinity, absolutely supreme general infinity, absolutely supreme iteral infinity, absolutely supreme Zappel infinity, absolutely supreme dimendical infinity, absolutely supreme tree, 3, infinity, absolutely supreme SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely supreme Rios infinity, absolutely supreme infinite infinity, absolutely of general infinity, absolutely of general 1 infinity, absolutely of general 2 infinity, absolutely of general 3 infinity, absolutely of general 4 infinity, absolutely of general 5 infinity, absolutely of general 6 infinity, absolutely of general 7 infinity, absolutely of general 8 infinity, absolutely of general 9 infinity, absolutely of general 10 infinity, absolutely of general 15 infinity, absolutely of general 20 infinity, absolutely of general 30 infinity, absolutely of general 40 infinity, absolutely of general 50 infinity, absolutely of general 60 infinity, absolutely of general 70 infinity, absolutely of general 80 infinity, absolutely of general 90 infinity, absolutely of general 100 infinity, absolutely of general 200 infinity, absolutely of general 500 infinity, absolutely of general 1000 infinity, absolutely of general 100,000 infinity, absolutely of general million infinity, absolutely of general billion infinity, absolutely of general trillion infinity, absolutely of general quadrillion infinity, absolutely of general quintillion infinity, absolutely of general sextillion infinity, absolutely of general septillion infinity, absolutely of general octillion infinity, absolutely of general nonillion infinity, absolutely of general decillion infinity, absolutely of general undecillion infinity, absolutely of general duodecillion infinity, absolutely of general tridecillion infinity, absolutely of general quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely of general quindecillion infinity, absolutely of general sextecillion infinity, absolutely of general septendecillion infinity, absolutely of general octodecillion infinity, absolutely of general novemdecillion infinity, absolutely of general vigentillion infinity, absolutely of general trigentillion infinity, absolutely of general Giggol infinity, absolutely of general centillion infinity, absolutely of general Giggolkime infinity, absolutely of general millillion infinity, absolutely of general merillion infinity, absolutely of general micrillion infinity, absolutely of general Giggolplex infinity, absolutely of general tetralog infinity, absolutely of general decker infinity, absolutely of general tridecal infinity, absolutely of general Bugol infinity, absolutely of general grams infinity, absolutely of general infinity, absolutely of general iteral infinity, absolutely of general Zappel infinity, absolutely of general dimendical infinity, absolutely of general tree, 3, infinity, absolutely of general SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely of general Rios infinity, absolutely of general infinite infinity, absolutely demonic infinity, absolutely demonic 1 infinity, absolutely demonic 2 infinity, absolutely demonic 3 infinity, absolutely demonic 4 infinity, absolutely demonic 5 infinity, absolutely demonic 6 infinity, absolutely demonic 7 infinity, absolutely demonic 8 infinity, absolutely demonic 9 infinity, absolutely demonic 10 infinity, absolutely demonic 15 infinity, absolutely demonic 20 infinity, absolutely demonic 30 infinity, absolutely demonic 40 infinity, absolutely demonic 50 infinity, absolutely demonic 60 infinity, absolutely demonic 70 infinity, absolutely demonic 80 infinity, absolutely demonic 90 infinity, absolutely demonic 100 infinity, absolutely demonic 200 infinity, absolutely demonic 500 infinity, absolutely demonic 1000 infinity, absolutely demonic 100,000 infinity, absolutely demonic million infinity, absolutely demonic billion infinity, absolutely demonic trillion infinity, absolutely demonic quadrillion infinity, absolutely demonic quintillion infinity, absolutely demonic sextillion infinity, absolutely demonic septillion infinity, absolutely demonic octillion infinity, absolutely demonic nonillion infinity, absolutely demonic decillion infinity, absolutely demonic undecillion infinity, absolutely demonic duodecillion infinity, absolutely demonic tridecillion infinity, absolutely demonic quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely demonic quindecillion infinity, absolutely demonic sextecillion infinity, absolutely demonic septendecillion infinity, absolutely demonic octodecillion infinity, absolutely demonic novemdecillion infinity, absolutely demonic vigintillion infinity, absolutely demonic trigentillion infinity, absolutely demonic Giggol infinity, absolutely demonic centillion infinity, absolutely demonic Giggolkime infinity, absolutely demonic milillion infinity, absolutely demonic marillion infinity, absolutely demonic micrillion infinity, absolutely demonic Giggolplex infinity, absolutely demonic tetralog infinity, absolutely demonic Decker infinity, absolutely demonic tridecal infinity, absolutely demonic Bugol infinity, absolutely demonic Grams infinity, absolutely demonic general infinity, absolutely demonic Iteral infinity, absolutely demonic Zappel infinity, absolutely demonic dimendical infinity, absolutely demonic tree, 3, infinity, absolutely demonic SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely demonic Rios. Infinity, absolutely demonic infinite infinity. Absolutely extremely infinity, absolutely extremely 1 infinity, absolutely extremely 2 infinity, absolutely extremely 3 infinity, absolutely extremely 4 infinity, absolutely extremely 5 infinity, absolutely extremely 6 infinity, absolutely extremely 7 infinity, absolutely extremely 8 infinity, absolutely extremely 9 infinity, absolutely extremely 10 infinity, absolutely extremely 15 infinity, absolutely extremely 20 infinity, absolutely extremely 30 infinity, absolutely extremely 40 infinity, absolutely extremely 50 infinity, absolutely extremely 60 infinity, absolutely extremely 70 infinity, absolutely extremely 80 infinity, absolutely extremely 90 infinity, absolutely extremely 100 infinity, absolutely extremely 200 infinity, absolutely extremely 500 infinity, absolutely extremely 1000 infinity, absolutely extremely 100,000 infinity, absolutely extremely million infinity, absolutely extremely billion infinity, absolutely extremely trillion infinity, absolutely extremely quadrillion infinity, absolutely extremely quintillion infinity, absolutely extremely sextillion infinity, absolutely extremely septillion infinity, absolutely extremely octillion infinity, absolutely extremely nonillion infinity, absolutely extremely decillion infinity, absolutely extremely undecillion infinity, absolutely extremely duodecillion infinity, absolutely extremely tridecillion infinity, absolutely extremely quadriwardecillion infinity, absolutely extremely quindecillion infinity, absolutely extremely sextecillion infinity, absolutely extremely septendecillion infinity, absolutely extremely octodecillion infinity, absolutely extremely novemdecillion infinity, absolutely extremely vigintillion infinity, absolutely extremely trigentillion infinity, absolutely extremely Giggol infinity, absolutely extremely centillion infinity, absolutely extremely Giggolkime infinity, absolutely extremely milillion infinity, absolutely extremely marillion infinity, absolutely extremely micrillion infinity, absolutely extremely Giggolplex infinity, absolutely extremely tetralog infinity, absolutely extremely Decker infinity, absolutely extremely tridecal infinity, absolutely extremely Bugol infinity, absolutely extremely Grams infinity, absolutely extremely general infinity, absolutely extremely Iteral infinity, absolutely extremely Zappel infinity, absolutely extremely dimendical infinity, absolutely extremely tree, 3, infinity, absolutely extremely SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely extremely Rios infinity, absolutely extremely infinite infinity, absolutely multiversing infinity, absolutely multiversing 1 infinity, absolutely multiversing 2 infinity, absolutely multiversing 3 infinity, absolutely multiversing 4 infinity, absolutely multiversing 5 infinity, absolutely multiversing 6 infinity, absolutely multiversing 7 infinity, absolutely multiversing 8 infinity, absolutely multiversing 9 infinity, absolutely multiversing 10 infinity, absolutely multiversing 15 infinity, absolutely multiversing 20 infinity, absolutely multiversing 30 infinity, absolutely multiversing 40 infinity, absolutely multiversing 50 infinity, absolutely multiversing 60 infinity, absolutely multiversing 70 infinity, absolutely multiversing 80 infinity, absolutely multiversing 90 infinity, absolutely multiversing 100 infinity, absolutely multiversing 200 infinity, absolutely multiversing 500 infinity, absolutely multiversing 1000 infinity, absolutely multiversing 100,000 infinity, absolutely multiversing million infinity, absolutely multiversing billion infinity, absolutely multiversing trillion infinity, absolutely multiversing quadrillion infinity, absolutely multiversing quintillion infinity, absolutely multiversing sextillion infinity, absolutely multiversing septillion infinity, absolutely multiversing octillion infinity, absolutely multiversing nonillion infinity, absolutely multiversing decillion infinity, absolutely multiversing undecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing duodecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing tridecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing quadriwordecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing quindecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing sextecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing septendecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing octodecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing novemdecillion infinity, absolutely multiversing bigentillion infinity, absolutely multiversing trigentillion infinity, absolutely multiversing Giggol infinity, absolutely multiversing centillion infinity, absolutely multiversing Giggolkime infinity, absolutely multiversing milillion infinity, absolutely multiversing marillion infinity, absolutely multiversing micrillion infinity, absolutely multiversing Giggolplex infinity, absolutely multiversing tetralog infinity, absolutely multiversing decker infinity, absolutely multiversing tridecal infinity, absolutely multiversing Giggol infinity, absolutely multiversing grams infinity, absolutely multiversing general infinity, absolutely multiversing iteral infinity, absolutely multiversing Zappel infinity, absolutely multiversing dimendical infinity, absolutely multiversing tree, 3, infinity, absolutely multiversing SSCG, 3, infinity, absolutely multiversing Rios infinity, absolutely multiversing infinite infinity. And now, we finally reached absolutely everything. Now, hopefully future parts will be short and sweet, because I'm getting tired after that 7-hour voice acting. So, see you in part 18 where it's only 10 minutes.